Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the roll call.
Chair Templeton,
Present.
Vice Chair Rupavar,
Present.
Commissioner Awchak,
Present.
Commissioner Heckman,
Present.
Commissioner Lowing,
Present.
Commissioner Riggs is absent tonight. Commissioner Suma,
Here.
we have a quorum. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We'll now move on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on the agenda. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for oral communications?
Looks like we just have one raised hand. Can we please get the speaker timer? Thank you so much. Okay, our speaker is Rebecca.
Hey there, this is Rebecca Eisenberg. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I'm going to use the time as I normally do, which is to speak about process, because you know I love process. I strongly believe that without a good, clear, transparent, and accountable process, it's impossible for any body, any commission, any executive team, et cetera, to reach a good outcome or make good decisions. In this case, I want to point out again a missing piece to the way that all the commission meetings and the city council meeting too are run here in Palo Alto. This style is losing acceptance across the country and especially in California. The style where an applicant, often a wealthy applicant, speaks and gets 10 minutes plus another 3 or so towards the end. And then the board or the commission then gets to ask questions. And then the community talks, which often includes people speaking on behalf of the applicant, which actually is not supposed to happen. And then the applicant talks again. And the missing piece here is somebody to speak on behalf of the community for an equal amount of time. That person would talk about why we have the laws that are in place, why there are laws here in Palo Alto to, for example, protect ancient trees, how that environmental impact reports may say on paper that we're going to replace trees, but that the truth is that we all know we cannot replace a 300-year-old tree. How environmental impact reports might say, for example, traffic might be mitigated, but we all know that traffic isn't really being mitigated if the applicant hasn't provided shuttles or isn't requiring people who work at that location or otherwise go to the location not to bring their cars there. So there are a lot of things that are missing from these meetings that I think might be making it harder for you all to make some decisions. Tonight, I want to just point out very quickly what can happen when those points are missing. I grew up in Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, which is demographically very close to Palo Alto, but just divide the wealth by maybe a factor of 20. In a similar meeting, a developer got permission to build a big chain store in the middle of our town. During construction, a child my age, while on a bike, was hit by a construction truck and died, while about 20 kids were watching. That's the kind of thing that, failure to have a really good meeting can sometimes not avoid. So I'm hoping, I trust you all, just, despite the flawed way of holding meetings, to really do your best to hear all points of view and consider risks. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Rebecca, for joining us tonight. There are no more raised hands, so that concludes public comments for oral communication.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any changes, additions, deletions on the agenda?
No, Chair Templeton, we do not have any changes or deletions or additions.
Great, let's move on to city official reports.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. It's good to be with you again this evening. I just have a couple updates for you. First, not the news that we were all hoping for, but I'm sure the news that most members of the Commission and members of the public are aware of, which is that the Santa Clara County has been reduced back to the purple tier. And if you'll remember, there's a 4-tier color-coded system in the state of California that rates all counties based on their positivity rate, their health equity rate, and something else, I always forget the third thing, yeah, the overall cases, I believe, per population. And based on those numbers, counties are sorted into those colors and those tiers, and different activities are allowed to continue or not permitted to continue. And so we're back in the purple tier, which is the tier where there's widespread transmission of the virus. And it's I guess I'll just say it, it's the worst tier, where you have the most restrictions and fewer activities can take place. So certainly not what we were hoping for. We had advanced all the way to orange. So we were in purple and then red and then orange. And so we had some good signs, but we are now in purple. And what that means is you can still, for example, retailers are still open. So we still encourage folks to do their holiday shopping locally, online, or in person, but reduced to 25% of capacity. Restaurants are available for takeout and for outdoor dining where they have outdoor seating available, but indoor dining is not allowed. Outdoor fitness is allowed, but no gyms indoors. Barbershops and hair salons, you can still get your hair cut, but there are restrictions on capacity for personal services, similar to retailers, to try to ensure that there aren't too many people indoors at one time. And there are other restrictions. So we just do encourage folks to, despite the restrictions on some activities, continue to enjoy the outdoors as we can, to socially distance, to wear your face covering at all times when you are outside of your home, and of course, wash your hands. So we hope that we can get back on a good direction going forward, but that is where the county is as of yesterday at noon. So, you know, we're looking forward to hopefully moving back up into some of these other tiers in the future. We also are, we just had a few weeks ago at council, I guess maybe it was this last week, the time is going so quickly. Council did extend our Uplift Local Streets. So you may recall that portions of University Avenue and California Avenue are closed to vehicle traffic to allow more space for outdoor dining and outdoor retail. And those programs will be continuing through May of 2021. We are still keeping an eye on everything to make sure the space is utilized and being taken advantage of, and certainly have some capacity to do some other configurations during those months, such as if it's really rainy or other things need to take place. So we have some flexibility, but the programs are working very well. And certainly with the rollback to the purple tier, very timely for our restaurateurs to be able to use the outdoor seating. So encourage folks to visit one of those locations and visit our Uplift Local Streets, as well as our restaurants and businesses that may be having outdoor dining at other locations, which has been a very successful program for many of them. I'm also just one more COVID update. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, this Friday, the 20th, we have a COVID testing at the Palo Alto Art Center. So if anyone needs to get a COVID test, that is a great place to go. You can go to the city's website and register for an appointment. And again, it's open to folks who live in Palo Alto, who may work in Palo Alto. If you have a friend or family member you're concerned about, it's a great opportunity. If you do have insurance, they will ask for insurance information, but if you don't have any insurance coverage, you can still come and get tested. And that is a partnership with Santa Clara County that we're operating. And happy to report that our testing site in Palo Alto, there are many throughout the county and other cities, ours has one of the highest and most consistent usage rates of all the sites that are distributed. And so far we've tested over 6,000 people through those testings. And that's about twice a month. And I believe that started in, I want to say August about. So we have just consistently really had a lot of usage of that testing site. And that's a really, really great thing to see. Some good news for our planning department. You have met Claire Campbell, who is our long range planning manager and who will be presenting tonight. We've also, just as of last week, our new senior housing planner, Tim Wong, started. Tim was with the city before and then had a time where he was working in the city of Mountain View, and he wanted to come back to Palo Alto. So he loved us so much, he just could not get enough. And so we are so glad to have him back here as a housing planner. As you know, we have quite the work program. We're so excited to have his leadership, and we're sure he'll be before you in not too long of time. And then lastly, last two things, lastly, we have a long range planning principal planner that's a position that I believe closed yesterday or today. And so we hope to bring on one more member of our long range planning team, and that group will be complete. So we are very, very excited about that, and thank council for adding back funds to have both the senior housing planner and the long range principal planner. And so coming up in the future meetings here, we are shuffling things around. We have coming up in December 340 Portage, a text amendment request at the Fry's building, or the former Fry's building, I should say. And also the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan will be bringing forward 3 of the proposals and the alternatives that have been worked on by the working group, and we'll be looking for PTC to consider them and make a recommendation to City Council in December. That will be our last meeting for 2020, and then we'll get back together on the 13th of January in 2021. We'll be working with the staff and especially with our long-range planning team and our current planners to look at what our schedule is going to look like for the first quarter of next year, because we do have a lot of items that we will be bringing. And so hopefully we can give you a preview in December of what you can anticipate January, February, and March. But we certainly do not have a shortage of things to bring before you. And the only other thing I will add is, with the Uplift Local Streets that we have, we are also continuing to offer free parking in the garages and lots that are owned by the city to make it easy for folks to come to Palo Alto, to come to those locations, especially as it's darker earlier and the weather is getting worse. They can park for free, they won't get a ticket. We are doing parking enforcement in our residential preferential parking areas. And so right now there are warnings being issued if someone's parked there who's not supposed to, but it will eventually lead to the tickets and enforcement. But right now in the garages and lots, folks can park, and so they don't need to park in the neighborhoods nearby to the Uplift Local Streets in order to enjoy the businesses and the retail areas. So that's my report for this evening. I'm happy to, actually I have one more thing, always risky. One thing we wanted to try to do, and apologies to Commissioner Riggs, who's not here, is to make sure that we always report out at these meetings what's coming up on the council. That's an item that came to the PTC so that the liaison has like a little heads up. And then Vin also will remind when he sends out the agenda that there's an item coming up on the following Monday that a liaison may need to be present for. At this time, there are no action items coming to the City Council in the next 3 meetings. City Council just has November 30th, December 7th, and December 14th, just 3 meetings before the end of the year. There are no action items coming that have come to PTC. We do have on the 14th a couple transportation items that will be coming to the City Council, but they're not items that have come here. And I'll make sure that we have our transportation folks here to give you an update on what those are. And then we will be bringing to the council consideration for some changes. They directed staff to look at very minor tweaks to the definition of retail in order to try to see if we can fill some of the vacancies that are occurring and sadly increasing in Palo Alto, especially in our core retail areas, as well as potentially some changes to the threshold for conditional use permits. So we're taking a look at that. We'll be bringing that on December 14th. We'll see if they want to send it to PTC, if they want to adopt a amendment, an ordinance at that evening, and what will happen. If that does get adopted as an ordinance on that evening, it would come for the second reading in January when we do have the new City Council seated. So we are taking a look at that. It's things like making sure that an ice cream parlor doesn't need the same amount of parking as a restaurant because it's clearly a much smaller use. And although they can have their lines for sure, a different type of operation than a sit-down restaurant. And so hopefully we can see some more of those quick takeout foods, which is certainly a trend, be able to open and operate successfully during the pandemic. So that's the end of my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director Tanner. Apologies if I missed it, did you update on what happened at City Council this week?
I did not. That is a great point. Thank you, Chair Templeton. This week we had 788 San Antonio, which you will recall is a project that came before you, both a 102 housing units in a development there at the corner of, I believe, Leghorn in San Antonio, and then also a larger area to increase the FAR and apply the housing incentive program to try to generate more housing development in that areas. And that was supported by the council 4-3 on Monday. And we also had an update about the RENA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. Director Late gave that update, and council did direct us to make a few changes to and send a comment letter to ABAG regarding RENA. Just an update on RENA. They are finalizing the methodology this month is what we anticipate for ABAG again, the Association of Bay Area Governments and Metropolitan Transportation Commission to finalize that methodology this month. We also anticipate that either December or early January, the final blueprint, the Bay Area 2050 plan, the long range plan, will also be finalized. And so we're keeping close eye on that and continuing to make the case for Palo Alto's perspective regarding the RENA and what council's directed us to say to ABAG regarding the numbers being perhaps unsustainable, unrealistic for the city to achieve during the next RENA cycle.
All right, thank you for that update. Sorry, I blinked out and I had to reconnect, but okay, so let's move on to the next agenda item. The next agenda item is an action item number 2, which is a public hearing quasi-judicial about 922 College Avenue. Should we start with asking about any recusals are necessary for this item? Commissioner Suma?
I'm going to recuse myself from this item because I live 300 feet from the site. So I'll just sign off my audio and video, and maybe somebody who has my number can just text me when you're done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Then Assistant Director Tanner, it's over to you.
Great, thank you. This evening we have Emily Foley, who is one of our associate planners who will be doing the presentation this evening. And I believe we also have David Kirk, who is with the applicant, who will also be making a presentation, or at least an oral presentation. So Emily, if you want to share your screen and bring your presentation up, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. Give me a second, please. So this is the presentation for the preliminary parcel map with exceptions application for 922 College Avenue and 2160 Cornell Street. The project location is the western corner of those two streets. It is located in the College Terrace neighborhood, and the property we are looking at is owned by Stanford University. As background, when the College Terrace neighborhood was originally subdivided, this block included all of the lots, were 25 feet wide by 115 feet deep. By 1912, the subject property was legally 2 lots, one 50 by 115 feet and one 25 by 115 feet. In contrast, the standard R1 lot size in today's zoning code is 60 feet wide and 100 feet deep, 6,000 square feet total. By 1952, the city previously approved an application to demolish the existing garage at the rear portion of 922 College Avenue and subdivide the property to facilitate the construction of the house that became 2160 Cornell Street. Although the subdivision was approved by the city, it was never recorded with Santa Clara County. However, 2 APNs were created, one for each unit. So the project we are looking at this evening is to subdivide the property along the current APN boundary. This creates 2 substandard lots, one which is 3,750 square feet and the other which is 4,874 square feet. So both lots currently have existing houses, and those may either remain as existing or be changed in a way that is compliant with the zoning code development standards for R1 substandard lots. More specifically, the property with the current address 2160 Cornell Street would be 50 feet wide along the Cornell Street frontage and 75 feet deep. And the proposed lot number 2 is the current 922 College Avenue site, which would be 65 feet wide, also along the Cornell Street frontage and 75 feet long. Key considerations for the project approval is that although these lots are substandard, it would be consistent with other lots in this neighborhood. It meets the findings for an exception as demonstrated in the staff report. And something to keep in mind is that the new lots would be more in compliance with the zoning code than the existing, because currently the underlying lot lines go through the existing building and the property does not meet the R1 development density for one primary unit per lot. As such, staff recommends that the PTC approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I was just going to thank Emily, and I think the applicant is here, Mr. Kirk.
Hi, yes, I'm here. I don't have a presentation. I was just going to read a brief statement. I guess I want to start off by just saying good evening to everyone, and thank you to Emily for doing a great job summarizing our application. I just wanted to say a few words to kind of give the broader context of the project and why we submitted this application. Like all employers in the Bay Area, housing is a major issue at Stanford. We have several programs to help faculty and staff live nearby their place of work. These programs help us recruit and retain the most qualified individuals. When this property was gifted to the university in 2019, we saw an opportunity to provide housing for faculty in a very desirable neighborhood within biking distance to campus. Unfortunately, the existing homes are past the end of their serviceable lives, so we decided to invest money needed to replace them with 2 new homes. These homes will have all the modern amenities buyers expect and will be built to current energy and water efficiency standards. They'll have a similar size and scale of the existing homes and will be appropriate for the context of the College Terrace neighborhood. Of course, before we can do that, we need to create 2 legal parcels that actually reflect the boundaries of the 2 lots. As Emily just described, the city previously approved this subdivision in 1952. However, it appears the owner at the time did not record the subdivision with the county. Somehow they're still allowed to, build a second home, separate utility services, and even though the subdivision wasn't recorded. So essentially what we're asking with this application is that the city acknowledge this approval that was previously granted, and by doing so, allow the existing use of these properties to continue as it has been for the previous 68 years. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. And if you have any questions, myself as well as our project team are here on the Zoom call.
All right, thank you very much to Ms. Foley and to Mr. Kirk. Anything else from staff before we go to commissioner questions and public comment?
No, we don't have anything else to add at this time.
Great. Commissioners, if you have a question of staff or the applicant, I see some hands raised here, Commissioner Alchak, Commissioner Lowing, and then we'll go to public comment. We'll come back for discussion. So just try to keep it to questions. I should also mention that tonight we're going to limit the first each pass of comments or questions to 5 minutes, and Mr. Nguyen will let us know if we start to exceed that time. That way everybody has a chance, and of course we'll go as many times as needed for everyone to get to their questions. All right, Commissioner Alchak, Commissioner Lowing, Commissioner Vice Chair Rupavar.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Foley. I did not hear from you, and I didn't find it in the report, although I've missed things in the past. What I would characterize as issues of major significance associated with the proposed parcel map that would raise this to the level beyond one in which the Director of Planning could dispose of this application himself. So I guess what I'm asking is, this looks like a submission error in some respects and extremely insignificant. And I'm just sort of unclear here why the Director of Planning couldn't have just approved this proposed parcel map himself as opposed to bringing it in front of the commission?
So this is considered a parcel map with exceptions because although it is single family residential and only 2 lots, in addition to the fact that it creates substandard lots, typically if it were merging 2 or more lots, then it would be something that the director could approve. But because it's technically going from 2 lots to 2 lots, it is required to go to the planning commission.
Is there like written criteria regarding what creates a major significance?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you have a great question, because I think it is exactly what we had planned to do initially, and our attorney, Mr. Yang, can explain why we needed to come to the planning commission, because you're onto something.
So this is sorry, this is before you because the application is for a map with exceptions, and exceptions can only be granted by the council upon recommendation by the PTC. And there, we have some exceptions to the exceptions, which are for when you're merging lots to create greater compliance, and this does not fall within, the exception to the exception. So here we are.
Okay, so this unfortunately doesn't meet the criteria, despite what I think it would be fair to say doesn't really have a major significance associated with it. Is that also staff's sort of impression, that there isn't a major significance to this parcel map proposal? I mean, I'm asking because you kind of teed it up in this report. Almost, you went almost all the way. You went 99% of the way. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss that there's some issue here that you feel creates some significant.
Staff are supportive of this proposal.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
we don't see any significant impacts.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'll just add maybe in the future an extra bullet point just to sort of explain the nuance that this doesn't qualify as the exception to the exception for educational purposes for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to address a question to Mr. Kirk. It's helpful for us to stay on top of the trends at Stanford in terms of what you're trying to do for your own needs and how that impacts Palo Alto, obviously. So as I understand this, you're going to, if I understood you correctly, you're going to rebuild 2 homes and sort of co-invest with someone that's going to work there, or how's that going to work deed-wise?
These types of properties will often do one of 2 things. We'll either sell them outright, or we'll do a ground lease to a faculty member to reduce the cost of ownership.
Okay. And is this a trend that you think will continue, accelerate, be moderate? Just kind of giving us a clue of where it's going.
Sure. I'm probably not the best person to answer that question. I don't know if Nora Dar with my office is on the phone. She might be a better. I don't know if she can just unmute herself or if someone has to unmute her.
I can unmute her.
Options and that we have in, throughout the area, of course, some on campus. These are 2 homes that were gifted to us. So we just want to, as David said, turn them around and make them available and ready for faculty. We look at, various opportunities, but we have not been very active most recently in College Terrace. And we really are always looking at ways to help our faculty to recruit and retain our faculty in Palo Alto as housing has become so expensive. And we were fortunate that these 2 were gifted to us, and we would just like to make them available, ready to sell to faculty.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. We've had yeah.
All right, thank you. thank you, Commissioner Lowing, and to our speakers. And then Vice Chair Rupafar, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yeah, I had a quick question for City Attorney Yang. It's a legal question. So what I understand, and maybe it's my misunderstanding, is that this exact lot line was previously pre-approved way long ago, and now the only issue is it wasn't recorded. But my understanding of the law in California is recording is only for purposes of notice. And I'm fairly certain that that is the law. And if that's the case, then wouldn't their lot line be valid? Why is it even before us? Recordation doesn't move the needle. Can you explain that to me? Like that's kind of where my head is at and what I'm not understanding. Can you explain legally? Like did I understand that right?
Yeah,
is that
so I think for many real estate transactions, recordation is for the purpose of notice, but in the context of the Subdivision Map Act, a subdivision is perfected by a recordation. So it
expires because they didn't record.
Exactly, and it's not effective until it is recorded.
Got it. That's what happened here. You're right. Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to public comments. We'll be opening the floor for public comments on this item. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to try and give you some instructions on how to raise your hand, but I have lost them. Just a second to try and find them. All right. You can use a raise hand function on the bottom of your screen, and if you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for this item?
Yes, it looks like we do have one public speaker. And Rebecca, if you're there, you may please speak.
Thanks so much. I love to speak on these issues. As to this one, first of all, I felt I need to give a wake-up call to Commissioner Lowing and to anyone else who isn't aware of what's going on in College Terrace. And this isn't to point fingers at Stanford, a school I love very, very much, a school that is my alma mater. But, possibly due to the complications and difficulties with Stanford getting, its new general use permit across, or for reasons I don't know, Stanford needs a lot of housing for its employees and for its most expensive employees, the professors. And the way that Stanford appears to be solving that problem is by purchasing every single house that goes on the public market in College Terrace. So that is, as far as I'm aware, and I'd be happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, that is, I believe, how these two homes got into the hands of Stanford. As the applicant said, Stanford needs housing. This is housing. Stanford purchased housing. But what I really want Stanford and the commission to be aware of is that, allowing Stanford to buy housing with these imperfect titles, which Stanford knew about. And as Commissioner Giselle, I don't have your last name in front of you, but as Commissioner Giselle, I hope that doesn't come across as disrespectful. I mean respect, pointed out, this appears to be a problem with perfection and creating the secured interest that Stanford's extremely qualified, well-paid lawyers were aware of at the time of making the purchase. And in the land purchases that I've been involved with, this is definitely something that we would have taken care of during the purchase. These imperfections were known then. So it looks like Stanford actually got kind of a good deal on houses, taking them off the housing market here in Palo Alto for Palo Alto families to reserve them for Stanford's professors. And now asking the city of Palo Alto to, out of the goodness of our hearts, make these corrections for them. Corrections that I don't really oppose, but I think was a really intelligent points that you all made when you were looking at this, like why is this being handled now? Why wasn't this dealt with before? And why is this such a big deal? The big deal, I think, and that I hope that you all will put attention to, and maybe look at things like this where Stanford needs something from Palo Alto, is to consider that we in Palo Alto need something from Stanford too. We kind of need Stanford to stop buying up every house that becomes available in College Terrace, because we have a really big housing shortage. And maybe we could work with Stanford so that Stanford can build the housing it needs on Stanford land. That would be really exciting to work on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca, for your comments.
You didn't bother me at all. I think I kind of nailed it, don't you think?
Okay, we have one raised hand from Nora, but I don't think she qualifies as a public speaker here. So with that, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nguyen. Ms. Tanner, do we need to go back to the applicant for comment at this time, or?
I believe that we do. So if Ms. Dar is part of the applicant team, she could speak at this time, or Mr. Kirk, or they could share that time. And then, so Vin, can you please make Ms. Dar available to speak, and that way they can, if she does want to speak, she can use that time now. I believe she has 3 minutes.
Yes, she is able to unmute herself.
Okay, great. I'm unmuted. I was hoping to put my camera on, but I just wanted to respond to a couple of the points. First to the comment about Stanford purchasing every home in College Terrace. I just want to reiterate, these two properties that we're actually talking about tonight were gifted to Stanford. They were not purchased on the open market, and they were not available on the open market. And so Stanford did not acquire them that way. I'm the director of housing acquisitions for Stanford. And over the last 24 months, there have been, I want to say, upwards of 12 to 15 trades per year in College Terrace. Stanford has not bought any of those homes on the open market. So again, Stanford has a long history since, from its founders of providing housing to faculty through various programs, through developments on campus. And the homes that we own in College Terrace are a small percentage of the overall housing programs that Stanford has. So I just like to give a few statistics to put it all in context of what we do own there.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude the applicant's remarks? Okay, great. So now let's go back to our commissioners. If you have any discussion on this item, or if you wish to make a motion, please raise your hand. Commissioner Alchek.
Thank you, Chair Templeton. I will, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to recommend that the City Council, let's see here. Adopt the parcel map findings that you can find on packet page 18. I'm not going to read them out. And I think, do I need to say the second part?
I believe Ms. Foley's recommendation would be accurate. Is that right, Ms. Foley, for the motion? Do you want to share that again?
Is there a slide? Did I miss that?
Yes, I can bring that back up. Well, actually, I think that if we could get clarification from Albert, if this does become, if the parcel map goes to the council, or if that's a staff level thing.
It will go to the council.
Okay, then the recommendation is correct.
Can you share that slide? There you go. Thank you, Emily.
Okay, so yeah, recommend approval of the Provost project to the City Council based on the findings and and subject to the conditions of approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Commissioner Heckman.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any comments before we take a vote? Please raise your hand. Okay. Then, Mr. Newton, would you please conduct a vote?
Commissioner Olczek,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma has recused herself. Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 502.
Excellent. All right. I do not have my phone with me right now, so would someone please volunteer to reach out to Commissioner Suma to let her know that this agenda item is over?
Yeah, I will reach out to her right now.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move on then to agenda item number 3. That is a public hearing. Recommendation that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending Palo Alto Municipal Code Section 18.52.070 parking regulations for CD Assessment District to temporarily extend ineligibility of certain uses to participate in the University Avenue in lieu parking program until August 1st, 2022. All right, over to you.
Great. Thank you for reading that title with a smile. I think that was wonderful. We have our long-range planning manager, Claire Campbell, who will be bringing this item before you, and I will hand it over to you, Ms. Campbell.
Great, thank you. So good evening, Chair Templeton and Commissioners. My name is Claire Campbell. I am the manager of the long-range planning section. Tonight, staff is bringing forward an ordinance to you that would extend the existing ban on using the in lieu parking program for the downtown office uses above the ground floor. The existing ban is due to expire on February 1st, 2021. The proposed ordinance does not make any changes to the details of this existing ban, but specifically modifies the term to extend it for an additional 18 months until August 1st, 2022. The intent of the extension is to provide staff sufficient time to complete the additional analysis that's needed, and then come back to the Planning Commission to have a discussion, and then return to City Council for consideration. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the in lieu parking program. So the downtown in lieu parking program is applicable to only commercial development, and residential projects cannot use this program. So if you take a look at the slide, I've got a map up there of the downtown parking area. The downtown area. The blue boundaries on the screen represent the downtown parking assessment district. So any parcel within the downtown parking assessment district can propose a commercial development and take advantage of the downtown in lieu parking program. So a developer can choose to pay for an in lieu parking space instead of actually developing and constructing it on site as part of the project. So the current fee today for a space is $106,000 per space. So generally speaking, this is how the program has been running for roughly like the last 20 years. The temporary ban that was put in place in 2019 added the restriction that prevents office use above the ground floor from using the in lieu parking program. And then any projects that were submitted, any applicable projects that had office use above the ground floor submitted now would have to provide those parking spaces within the project. But we haven't had any projects submitted, just for that quick update. The Planning Commission discussed and supported the in lieu parking ban back in October of 2018 when the Housing Work Plan Implementation Ordinance was coming through for review. In April of 2019, Council adopted the ban, but specifically they made it for office uses, not just general commercial, and it was only for a temporary 1-year term. And the direction was given to staff to return to the Planning Commission to do some additional analysis on the impacts to housing production if the in lieu parking program was modified or we eliminated it or something like that, and then to return to council with some recommendations on that. Some of the highlights of the 2018 discussion, I just want to kind of bring those up with you for, I know not everybody was there at that time. Staff analysis determined that the in lieu parking program was a significant incentive that supported commercial development over housing projects. And this was done through research and direct engagement with developers at that time. So in response to that, staff proposed restricting the participation in the in lieu parking program to only ground floor commercial uses as one possible strategy to remove barriers to housing development. And the thought there was that this could try to attempt to even the development opportunity or burden between a housing and commercial project. So with everything that's been going on this past year, we have had vacancies, we've had our responses to the pandemic. Unfortunately, staff has just not had the resources to put towards working on this particular task. So when we went to council back in May of this year, 2020, they acknowledged the situation and they adopted an urgency ordinance extending the ban for an additional 9 months until February of 2021. So the good news now is that we, through our fiscal year budget, we do have funding for some critical vacancies that we're filling. One of them is me. We hired a housing planner this month, which is fantastic. And we're hoping to get one more person on board, hopefully by the end of this year. So we will have staff ready to go to tackle this project soon. The tentative schedule that we've got worked out here is that in the springtime, we're definitely going to have the staff analysis underway. By the summertime, we will have some study sessions with the Planning Commission to explore options and the concepts that we're developing. And then in the fall, we would bring those.
Great time.
In the fall, we would bring the results of that discussion to the council to do a study session. And then we would start working on an ordinance and bring that to the Planning Commission and council for final review and adoption. So for next steps, the Planning Commission's recommendation is going to be forwarded to City Council for consideration on December 7th for the first reading. The second reading will be scheduled in January on the 11th. And then the ordinance would be effective 31 days after that on February 11th. So there's going to be a very short gap, unfortunately, of coverage, 10 days in February, but we don't expect it to be an issue. We really just don't have a lot of development happening in the downtown at this time. So just to reiterate the recommendation, staff's recommendation is the Planning Commission to recommend the City Council adopt an ordinance extending the existing temporary ban on commercial office uses above the ground floor from participating in the city's downtown in lieu parking program for an additional 18 months as outlined in attachment A of the staff report. And that ends staff's presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Campbell. I would say leave the staff recommendation slide handy in case we need to refer to it. Commissioners, do you have any questions before we take public comment? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, so we will, Commissioner Suma, you are unmuted. Did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't miss your hand there. Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment on this agenda item.
Chair Templeton, can I just quickly ask a question? I'm raising my hand, but you may not see it.
I don't see it. Oh, I see it now. I had scrolled down too far. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Would staff mind just sharing with us the rationale that staff had back in May for encouraging council to allow the ban to lapse?
My understanding is that we hadn't seen a lot of there wasn't a lot of reaction to the implementation of the ban being in place. We didn't see a lot of things happening. We heard, I think what we were hearing is that developers were actually waiting it out. They, wanted to let it pass. So, we were sort of thinking, this is how it's been working for this long. Perhaps with everything that's happening right now, maybe it's not the right opportunity, the right time to kind of bring this forward. But council did emphasize that they wanted us to continue to study it further and bring it back. And that's what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on to public comment. Is there anyone waiting for public comment on this item?
There are currently no public comments for this item.
Okay. We'll do one more call and then we'll close public comment. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item. All right, let's close public comment and go on to commissioner discussion. Commissioner, I'll check your hand is up. I don't know if it's held over from last time or if you had additional comments.
I'll jump in if that's all right.
Okay, thank you. And just another reminder, we're going to continue with the 5-minute rotation on.
You got a little timer here.
Great, thank you.
Oh, it just disappeared on me. There it is. Okay. Okay. So I think I'd move to recommend that we encourage council to adopt the extension, considering that they have clearly indicated they want to do that. But I would also suggest to staff that I think I could save you guys a lot of money and time and tell you that if you want to encourage housing, then create an in lieu program for housing. I think the idea that developers are waiting, I think it's effective. I think creating a ban on utilizing in lieu for commercial purposes is significant, and quite impactful on the commercial development, as is the 50,000 square foot ban, excuse me, cap. But I would argue that a really sort of obvious way to encourage the development of housing in that boundary, right, would be to potentially consider a in lieu program for housing, right? That in theory would significantly and with significantly reduced parking space costs. I think a lot of us in the community are very eager to see this work done, because there are a lot of anecdotal theories about why housing isn't getting developed in our downtown. And so I would just suggest to you that to the extent that we could collect data, analyze it, and present it, it would be really helpful, because in the absence of that work, there's a lot of perspectives that don't really work together, suggesting all sorts of things, and we haven't seen many housing projects in downtown. So I support the extension. I also support the dedication of funds and the commitment to do that work. And I'd also suggest to you that I would volunteer time as a commissioner to assist in efforts to collect data or analyze data, or I don't know, to the extent that the commission can be helpful. I would also encourage the chair and vice chair to see if there is a way we could participate in the process of understanding better how to encourage housing development downtown. So let me be really clear here. I would move that we recommend that City Council adopt the ordinance amending Section 1852070, extending the ineligibility for certain uses to participate in the University Avenue in lieu parking program until August 1st, 2022.
Thank you. So that's the staff recommendation, right? Okay. Is there a second? I see a few hands up. Okay. So Commissioner Lowing had his hand up before you, Commissioner Suma. I'll go to him. Did you want a second?
Yes.
Okay. So seconded by Commissioner Lowing. I think Commissioner Alchek has spoken to his motion. Do you want to speak to your second? Optionally, you don't have to. but you're on mute.
They, council has clearly sent this to us twice to work, so we're going to work it this time. In the meantime, we have to have a ban on it because they don't have the staffing.
Okay. Any other comments before we take a vote? All right, Mr. Nguyen, would you please conduct the vote?
Commissioner Olczak,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you very much. All right, so switch my screen here. Our next agenda item, item number 4, is a public hearing quasi-judicial on the Castanea School project at 1310 Bryant Street. This is a continuation of this item from previous meetings, and we have concluded public comment on these on this item, and we are in the midst of commissioner discussion. So I would like to make some suggestions to our commissioners. Again, I do want to encourage people to limit their comments to 5 minutes so we can hear from everyone, and we will go back, I promise. We will not leave your items unaddressed, but we do want to make sure we have a chance to hear from whoever wishes to speak. And then as far as how to proceed from here, I believe Ms. French is going to give us a bit of a recap from where we left off. So, and then we can pick up our discussion from there. So I'll send it over to staff.
Okay. Before I start, was there disclosures or anything else that was going to happen?
Oh,
sorry.
Great point. Any new disclosures? Please raise your hand. It does not appear we have any additional disclosures.
So you commissioners know Ms. French. She will capably remind us of the actions from the last hearing. And we're so lucky to have her leading us through this project. So take it away, Amy.
Okay, I'm screen sharing, excuse me, while I once again figure out.
I think if you go to slideshow at the very top menu in the orange part.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not doing it for me. Excuse me while I.
Try to unshare your screen and then reshare it. It may sometimes jogs it a little bit.
It's a relief to know I'm not the only one with technical difficulties tonight, Ms. French. So
yeah,
you have a patient audience.
It's a little crazy. All right, let me try this way. I don't know why it's doing this, but let's see. Okay, are people seeing this?
We do see your screen.
But it's not the way I want it to look.
We see it in kind of the view as though you're creating it. So I think if you go to the slideshow tab, it should allow you to have a button to go to presentation mode.
Okay, that's the problem, is I wasn't
full screen enough.
I wasn't full screen enough. Okay. Now, are you saying just one? My goodness. Are you seeing one slide now?
What you need to now, what you'll do is go to the top where it says display settings.
There we go. I got it. Okay. So sorry.
There we go.
I was working on too many things while the. Okay.
Perfect. That's wonderful. Thanks.
We're back. Last time we were here was November 4th, and that was when the Planning and Transportation Commission conducted the latter part of the public comment portion of the hearing. And then closed the public comment portion and began deliberating on the draft conditions of approval to start out. There were several motions made. One of the motions was passed, and actually 2 motions were passed, and the first was passed on a 5-2 vote with some non-exclusive list of changes. Basically, here they are in the bullets. with specific conditions, as well as multiple items, typos and the like from the Heckman memo that was received prior to the hearing. So these were addressed at that hearing. The second motion that passed was another 5-2 vote regarding the trips. And so that was that. Then we have received written comments since the November 4th hearing. And so displayed on the screen, we do provide all of the comments received in writing on our webpage for the project. And we did receive a few more today. So after yesterday's comments, we did receive a couple more today that were forwarded to the Planning and Transportation Commission. And one of those comments was the applicant's letter regarding the requesting reconsideration of the motion that was made regarding that condition 22. So that basically concludes the staff presentation brief. And I'm happy to bring those up again if anyone wants those. So tonight, the deliberations on the conditions can continue, as well as tackle the findings for the conditional use permit and variance requested by the applicant. I know we have the applicant team is here. If anyone has questions of the applicant team. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. French. Commissioners, please raise your hand if you wish to make comments, ask questions, etc. I will also suggest, based on how it went last time, that if you do want to make a motion with any suggestions and changes that you may propose, that might be helpful, right, to go along and make the motions as we go along. We can make any number of motions and we don't have to kind of hold it up till the end. I know we had a ton of comments. I got all my flags on the notes here. So there's no reason to hold off until the end, or quote unquote the end. You can just make them as you go along. All right, first hand I see is Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted to start with a question of staff, some clarity that may be beneficial to the commission as we talk tonight. One of the pieces of correspondence that came in from the public reflected a variety of statements of the square footage of existing square footage of buildings at Castellea, which potentially has an effect on how we look at the variance to retain square footage. And I'm wondering if staff has had a chance to review that and can tell us how many countable square feet there are in the existing buildings at Castellea.
So the issue about counting floor area, over the year, I mean, I can tell you that between 2006, I did have a look at the memo, between 2006 and the application submitted in 2016, there was no additional building permits obtained to add to the square footage on the campus. So really that kind of comes down to what was being counted in 2006 versus what is counted today with much more accurate measurements in today's very scrutinized application, as opposed to, the gym replacement project was replacing, with below grade square footage, and was not highly, scrutinized for all the square footage on the campus, like this application is. This is a full redevelopment of the campus, leaving 2 buildings untouched. So the current application is the correct square footage.
And that's 116,000 and change?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, do any other commissioners want to make comments or motions? I don't currently see any hands up. If I'm missing you, please let me know. Commissioner Suma, followed by Commissioner Heckman.
Commissioner Heckman can finish if he wasn't done.
Oh, I thought, was I mistaken? I thought you had finished.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. There were four, this is also regarding the same question that Commissioner Heckman had. There were 4 city documents over the years that were attached from 2006 to 2020, attached to that email from member of the public that have the square footage at 99,831. And it's hard for me to understand how that's not the correct number when it's in so many city documents. And in fact, that number is over what would be allowed on the parcel, which we know is 81 and some change. I always forget exactly what it is, but I still don't understand the 116. It looks like it grew on paper. I still don't quite understand that. There seems to be a lot of city documents that have the 99,831 number. So can staff shed any more light on that? It can't just be that we measure better now than we measured in 2006. I think
It may have been that we measured not at all in 2006. What was presented in the application was replacement of square footage, and back then it was not thought of that a variance would be the method to do that. It was by conditional use permit, and so there was not the high level of scrutiny that has been placed on this project, because we are using the variance as the approach to consider this application for the square footage. So as I said before, the last time this happened in 2006, the application was focused on replacement of one building and retention of everything else on the campus, and replacement of a gross floor area above gross floor area was not done through a variance and was not scrutinized as it is today. So that number that came in back in 2006 was what the applicant presented as the number, is all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any additional questions at this time, Commissioner Suma? I don't want to move off of your questions prematurely. All right, I think she's done. I don't see any other hands raised. Now's the time, folks. We continued it because you had things to say. All right, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I'm going to make a series of motions. As I mentioned on November 4th, I think what we need to do is finish our recommendations on the conditions. So then we have we know what the project is, and then we can attack the findings. And at the November 4th meeting, I mentioned 4 conditions that I'd like to see revised from staff. The first one we already dealt with, that was condition number 6, where a majority of the commission is going to, has voted to recommend 74 special events per year. So I would just like to move through the other 3 conditions that I identified. And I think it's simplest to just do these individually, and then we'll see if anybody else has other conditions. And then I would suggest, to the extent we get through that process, then somebody would make a motion as to all of the other conditions that none of us, that we haven't moved, be any different from staff recommendation, just to move the staff recommendation as to all of those other conditions. So I'm going to start with condition number 7 and make a motion that condition 7, which relates to Palo Alto Unified School District events, that staff modify that condition to require Castellea to provide traffic management for any events that happen pursuant to condition 7. So that's my motion.
I have taken note that Commissioner Lowing raised his hand to go next. So if you want to put it down, I will come back to you. Is there anyone who would like to second this this motion?
I'll second it. That sounds reasonable to have TDM.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Rupivar. And does anyone want to speak further to this motion? Okay. Mr. Nguyen, would you like to conduct a vote?
Commissioner Olczek,
Nay.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupivar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-1-1.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to make a motion regarding condition number 9, which regards summer enrollment. And as I mentioned last time, it's not clear whether the maximum summer enrollment is the same as the prior academic year or the upcoming academic year. I think the intent is that it carry forward the prior academic year. And so I would make a motion that we recommend condition 9 as modified by staff to state that the maximum summer enrollment is the same as the maximum academic year enrollment for the school year ending that summer.
I'll second.
Thank you very much.
Did I jump the gun on that? I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. So any discussion? Okay, Mr. Nguyen, would you please conduct the vote?
Commissioner Olczek,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupivar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. And the last one I want to make a motion on, although I do expect somebody may want to at least talk about condition 22, but maybe not.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I forgot to give Commissioner Olczek a chance to speak to his no vote. Can we go back to that quickly before we get to the next one? I apologize.
7.
Thank you.
Yes, the first one I did not support because I understand the partnership is an effort on the part of Castellea to, I guess I would say, share the wealth with the Palo Alto High School. I don't think that those events should be solely burdensome financially from a TDM perspective on Castellea. It seems like it's like the Palo Alto High School doesn't have to do any TDM measures on their own campus, and they don't have to do any TDM measures when they're utilizing Castellea's campus either. There's something uniquely inequitable about that. So I think one of the things that I realized to greater extent this week from reading some of the correspondence we had, specifically from Farrer and Peers, was that the data collection and the TDM data analysis, if you will, is expensive. And so I think if we're going to take advantage of this option to have Castellea host or to work with Pali, we should think about how those costs might be shared. So that was the reason why I didn't support that motion.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry we missed that opportunity earlier. I'm glad you got that in. Back to you, Commissioner Heckman. My apologies.
Thank you. So moving to condition 29. In my reading of condition 29 and mitigation measure 7A, there's a lack of clarity and some potential overlap. And I think that mitigation measure 7A from the EIR should be the exclusive method of addressing overages of ADT and AM peak overage, both of those overages. And so for condition 29, I would move that we recommend to the council a modified version of condition 29 that clarifies that overages of ADT and AM peak are exclusively addressed in mitigation measure 7A.
All right, any second?
I'm sorry, can I get you to tell me what page you're on?
Yeah.
So 29 is on packet page 42 of the, I'm looking at, yeah, the October 28th printed packet we got. I don't know where, do you know, Commissioner Heckman, where the 7A mitigation is, what page that's on?
And then Commissioner Heckman, would you recite that motion one more time after you tell us what page you're on?
Sure, let me, so I'm looking at the our packet from October 28th, which has the table of MMRP mitigation measures. And mitigation measure 7A starts on packet page 126, and it continues until packet page 131. So it's a 6-page mitigation measure. Condition 29, you can find, let's see, on
Packet page 42, I believe, Commissioner.
42? Yeah. So 42, on page 42 of the packet page, again for October 28th, you'll see condition 29 is a half page. Actually the crossover, the overlap I see is in the introductory sentence, and let me just read it. Upon written notice from the City of Palo Alto, increases to student enrollment may be suspended when the school is found to be in violation of any conditions of approval, including but not limited to the approved transportation demand management plan, anticipated student drop-off distribution or environmental mitigation measures subject to the following criteria. And then it walks through the short process. My reading though is condition mitigation measure 7A has a much more stringent process and much more concrete penalties, if you will. That's where you find, for example, the 5% enrollment reduction, the possible 10% enrollment reduction. And so I think it should be clear that that is the source of enforcement, 7A, where 7A applies, rather than 29, which I see as capturing areas outside of mitigation measure 7A. Is that helpful?
Assistant Director Tanner, did you have a comment?
The only comment was that the condition of approval 35 is on page 43 of the printed packet, if that's helpful for commissioners. And I believe it's on page, Ms. French, is that 28?
No, it's on page 43 of the online packet for October 28th. Packet page 43.
Okay, if that's helpful for commissioners.
Sorry, the clarification there is that condition of approval 35 supplements mitigation measure 7A because it applies in the construction period, which is not covered by 7A. So I think Commissioner Heckman, to effectuate what you're looking for, you would want condition 29 to say that ADT and AM peak are subject only to mitigation measure 7A and condition of approval 35.
Yes, that would be acceptable.
Okay, now we are looking for a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rupavar. Any discussion before we take it to a vote? Commissioner Lowing?
Yeah, two questions on this. One is, going forward, they might have to do more things than what's mitigated in 7A. So we wouldn't want to preclude them being able to do more things. So I want to make sure it doesn't get too restrictive. So I guess I'd ask the attorney for input on that. But while I'm at it, the second one is this is one that I parenthetically sort of mentioned last time. These terms of cure seem quite long. That there's 45 days to take corrective action, 60 days after notice. So, and without wordsmithing from the virtual dais, I just would wonder if staff would look at kind of tightening those things up so we can get on with the correction promptly. So I would just add that it doesn't even have to be a friendly amendment. It's just something that I think staff should look at. I know what Mr. Heckman thinks of that. You're on mute.
I don't really have an issue with what you're suggesting, but what I'm trying to do at this point is restrict 29 rather than through clarification. And I think it would be cleaner, perhaps with a separate motion with specifics of how you want to tighten up 29 for the things that it applies to.
Yeah, it's fine to be restrictive. I'm just suggesting that if all those 8 pages don't work and they want to try another half a page to get something to work, that's something that they ought to be able to do. That's all.
Under my motion, they wouldn't be able to. That's the point of my motion is for an exceedance of ADT or AM peak. That is the mitigation measure 7A is the remedy.
Okay.
And that's basically to make a single source of what to do about it rather than have it's disambiguating. Is that your intention? Okay. I saw Commissioner Suma's hands up as well, but Commissioner, please continue if you had another comment. No, okay. Commissioner Suma.
No, I'm okay. I think Commissioner Lowing clarified my question.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second and no hands up. So let's conduct a vote. Mr. Nguyen.
Commissioner Alchek?
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing?
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar?
Yes.
Commissioner Suma? Commissioner Suma?
No.
Okay. Chair Templeton?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-1-1.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma, did you want to speak to her now?
Yeah, I didn't think it was wise to limit the ways in which we might be able to look at how they're meeting the conditions of approval, and I didn't have a problem with it. But I am having a problem hearing people, though. People are breaking up a lot for me, so that's kind of hard. I don't know if anyone else is having that problem.
Commissioner Suma, you are breaking up a little on this end too, and having fought my share of internet battles today, I could suggest maybe for a little while if you want to turn your video off, that might increase your bandwidth.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Commissioner Heckman, did you have anything else?
No, those were the conditions that I wanted to pursue modification of. So I'm looking forward to hearing if any other commissioners want to modify any of the other conditions recommended by staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowing, I had you next on my list.
Okay. I do have a couple of small ones related there, but I think I want to start with sort of my big one, and that's back over on condition 4, which is enrollment. Sorry, I gotta get to it. And unlike I normally do, Chair Templeton, I will probably be using the full 5 minutes to address myself on this one. It's a super big issue relative to the entire project on sort of both sides of the issue. So I just want to state a couple of obvious things, first of all, but for the public as well. You know, a CUP is not a right. We talked about property rights, but a CUP is not a right in and of itself. It's a privilege that's decided on by the city in its sole discretion. We know that Castellea is a school in a R1 zone, and there are other uses for that kind of land. Over the months, we've heard from the public and even from some commissioners that maybe Castellea should move to split up their campuses. I think the school is outstanding and is an asset and should stay in Palo Alto and remodel. But our assignment on PTC is to make a recommendation to council on the CUP findings and the conditions. But as I've noted before in comments, we also retain broad discretion over whether those findings can be made. Page 10 of the staff report from October. And that's because we have to decide for the whole city, not even just the neighborhood, if the CUP request is justified, given any collateral damage well beyond the EIR. Or stated another way, we have to evaluate the risks and make recommendations in light of the risks. Also on packet page 16, it said PTC has wide discretion over its recommendation concerning enrollment, which is the topic I raised right now. And I raise it because enrollment is really the driving force behind the entire CASTI project and CUP. And the question is, will that cause unacceptable collateral issues? So in the very first part of this now 3-part hearing, I asked Ms. Kaufman where the 540 enrollment request number came from. And the answer was, it's the most students that we can educate within the TDM requirements. So the 540 goes right up against the limit of what can be managed with their projected TDM mitigations. And I also asked for the probability of success of the TDM, and the traffic manager said it's going to be challenging, and I agree. I also pointed out at that time that we were originally told by school officials that there would be no net new trips, and that was already creeping upwards. So Commissioner Riggs argued in the last meeting that the TDM is the key here, which it is. And if it works, then there's really no problem for a 540 student request, which is obviously mathematically true. But the problem is it leads out the other side of the equation of, what if it doesn't work? Then we have a traffic problem, and there's right now kind of no backup plan there. There's no safety net. The suggested CASTI mitigations, like any mitigations in a plan, are a plan, and that plan has never been put in place before at an enrollment of 450. So by definition, that means that there's risk of not meeting the goals when you move up to that kind of scale. Many public speakers and letter writers to us over these last 3 pieces of the hearing have stated that the proposed mitigations for traffic are proven. So what's the problem? Let's get this approved. Well, obviously it's not proven because mitigations are a plan. It's a spreadsheet kind of thing with variables, and it's about the future, and not all variables come true in spreadsheets. So I think given the risks now, the city needs a safety net. And we know it's easier to manage the TDM at lower numbers of students because CASTI is successfully doing that right now, and I salute them for that. But it gets harder as enrollment increases. That's just simple facts. So I think the safety net solution is to lower the requested 30% increase in enrollment to 450. And that reduces the risk in this cup. So 450 instead of 540. That happens to be a number that also was thrown out by the neighbors a couple of times, but I just did my own calculations on that. It also addresses the huge issue of trust, which Ms. Kaufman also voluntarily mentioned in her comments. As late as 2018, the school and city were still in dispute about the number of events involved that could be allowed. There's varying versions of the comment that we heard at the last meeting that the school quickly and proactively notified the city when an enrollment overage was discovered. So that's still on the table, and she was right to admit that. And I think we need to keep addressing that. So for this cup at 450, changing this one condition means the school does not have to move. It's way easier to hit the TDM metrics. It can remodel the entire campus, expand your student body, and help create trust. So I think that that's a win for this cup. Now, what I think is going to happen is the applicant will offer an objection and say, well, then we have to do another cup X years out. But that process would be totally different because with a successful TDM, the new cup is just asking for some more students. There's no EIR, there's no remodeling and construction. So it would take a few months, not years. And it would be a reward for proven performance as opposed to what we have now, which is penalties after we already grant 540. Without a reduction in the enrollment request, we don't have a backup plan for traffic. It's not a risk that the city has to take or that it should take, given the history and given our need to evaluate risk. And there's really literally no reason that right now grant the 540 because you can still get all the benefits and raise the enrollment request at a later period. So that's how I feel about that. And that would be the suggestion that I put into the enrollment as a motion.
All right. So recapping the motion succinctly, it's to change the condition number 4 to 450 students. Is there a second? Commissioner Suma?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishes to discuss this? Commissioner Alchek?
Yeah, a couple questions for Commissioner Lowing. Can you articulate to me why the safety net in this approval doesn't meet your definition of a safety net? I'll be more specific. The enrollment increases are subject to hitting specific marks. Failure to hit that mark means no enrollment increase. And you had said that there wasn't a safety net. So can you help me understand why you feel this safety net is inadequate?
Yeah, I think the beginning point is that there's no reason that we have to commit now in this year, in this CUP, to go to 540. I think we want to see some proof of competence before we go up to 540. Not to mention the reduction of next year's set of 25 or 27, as we see in these conditions, is extraordinarily complicated and backing it out and so on. In this case, as soon as construction's over, they can add the 25 students approximately. And then all we have to do is manage any overage at the 450 mark.
Yeah, so just to be clear, is it your impression that this condition of approval grants 540 outright?
It grants a process for them to get there outright. There's no pulling back down to 4 anything if they hit their TDM marks.
I don't know if that I would characterize that the same way. I think that the whole notion of suspending increases to student enrollment if the school is in violation of any of these conditions is the definition of a safety net with respect to enrollment size. So I think we'll just have to agree to disagree here. I have not interpreted this these conditions of approval to essentially put us in a position where we are stuck with traffic without recourse. It seems to me it's the exact opposite, that the conditions essentially create a framework by which the school would have to meet certain hurdles before they could continue to grow. So I will not be able to support that motion. I also would suggest that would your logic change if you found out that an EIR would be required if they came back for a enrollment increase?
I can't answer that without.
Well, you suggested that if they came back for an enrollment increase down the road, an EIR wouldn't be required, and so that's a better solution for you. If that wasn't the case, would you still suggest this path?
I understand the question, but I don't think it's relevant.
Okay, so then I guess it doesn't matter if an
I think
EIR is not required.
It sounds to me that if the number was 1,000 instead of 540, you'd be okay with that as long as they could mitigate.
That's putting words in my mouth.
That's what I'm asking.
No, I think if you're asking me what I think if the school can perform in such a way where there are no net new trips, then the logic behind saying you can't have the bodies in the classrooms fails. As the attorney for the group of residents who are in opposition of this project suggested, the logic should be mitigate the impacts, not the students. And so I would suggest to you that you're focusing on the number of pupils in a classroom, if you will, or in a grade, ignoring whether the mitigation efforts essentially eliminate any impacts of a growth in that pupil number, would be doing the opposite of what the attorney for the residents eloquently suggested we do. And I shared her view there. So no, I'm not suggesting 1,000 students, but I do think that the framework here provides a safety net. And that's why I won't support a motion that you're proposing right now, suggesting that there is no safety net.
Thank you both. Commissioner Suma, and followed by myself.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do with this project is find a really successful way to move forward with it. And one of the ways I think we'll be able to do that is by meeting some of the needs of the neighbors as well. And I do note that the enrollment could be increased with time as everybody feels assured that the traffic is being managed correctly. And I also think that the enrollment also doesn't have to just do with how many students are there in classrooms, but it has to do with events and how many parents and grandparents and uncles and aunts will be at events. So I think it's more complicated than just how many students in the classroom. And I'm confident that if we started at a lower maximum, as Casalea proceeds with their very strong TDM program and they show success in that, then they can come back and get another, ask for an enrollment.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. I would like a little bit of clarity on this, Ms. French. So the current structure for enrollment says we're going to go to 540. Here's the steps in a chronological order, and then we skip to the enforcement section for if they don't meet their obligations, then we reduce enrollment until the obligations are met. Is that correct? Of how it's structured with,
So condition number 4, are you specifically, because that's what we're talking about right now? Condition 4?
Yes, I'm talking about condition 4, and then later the enforcement section is where if they don't meet the commitments then actions are taken. Is that how it's currently structured in the CUP? When does enrollment change and under what conditions, and what section is that in?
So enrollment changes in certain milestones at a certain rate, that is 25 students per year with milestones of construction. But then as far as the enforcement goes, if they do not hit their targets set forth by mitigation measure 7A for traffic, there are consequences that are dealt with in later conditions, and I'm going to look those up now.
Okay, I think that's fine. It's kind of generally just trying to understand the structure of how the enrollment is being proposed. And I think that's really the key to what Commissioner Lowing is bringing up, is that it's a whole different vibe to say, here you have this, and if you don't do it, then I'm taking it away, versus, you know, here's a path towards increased enrollment, and the milestones of the mitigation are in a whole different section, and it appears to be taking away rather than building on the trust. So I don't know if we can, you know, if that's too much restructuring. I know we just dealt with item 29, but I agree on the level of it is much harder to take something away than to mutually build trust and add in enrollment. And I think that's the intention of how it's drafted, right? I think the intention is, here's the milestones, and here's, you know, in addition to the time milestones, we also have the 7A mitigation checkpoints, right? That's the intention of how it's built.
And yes, coupled with the reporting, you know, starting at 3 times a year, and then moving to 2 times a year, with, you know, decreasing rates per student of trips over time.
So I'm inclined to agree with the sentiment. I won't be supporting this specific motion, but I would ask if Commissioner Lowing would be interested in sending it back so that we could restructure these 2 sections to be a little bit more positive and focus on that trust building you were talking about. So I want to throw that out there. It might mean, you know, it might mean another iteration on this, and I'm aware we've been through many iterations on this, but I do think that structuring as taking away is very different than structuring as moving forward together.
Was that a question to me?
It was a suggestion to you. You don't have to respond.
No, I'm not sure I understand what you would correct, because what I'm suggesting, as you just eloquently put it, is that we, you know, it's very simple. There's only one milestone at 450, which if they think they can make 540, they're going to sure make 450. It takes the pressure off them. There probably won't be a problem. It's not going to change the timing much at all of pacing out from there, but trust is restored in the neighborhood. The project goes forward, and we all kind of ride off in the sunset together. If we're going to switch it around, it's going to go back to taking something away if you've already granted the 540.
The main difference in the structure that I would be more supportive of is, you know, your motion removes the path to 540 and instead suggests coming back for another cup. I would love to see that path with those checkpoints baked in a more positive fashion from the get-go, because I think, you know, as long as those milestones are in there, that works better for me. I think it's just a little bit confusing the way it's structured right now, but yeah, I'm loath to suggest coming back for another cup to change that number.
Yeah, no, I mean,
yeah.
What I am focusing on at this point is the enrollment number, because I think that's what creates the risk, quite simply because the mitigation might not work. We don't know. Because when
that's why if you have a checkpoint, if you bake in that checkpoint to know if it's working or not, and they are in there, it's awkwardly phrased. I think it needs another round.
Yeah, I'd be happy to look at new wording that, you know, maybe you could even try to draft. That'd be great.
I'll see if I can work that out tonight, but I'm not so sure. anyway, I appreciate the point that you're making about the community benefit and the moving forward together. And I think Commissioner Suma also eloquently said that. So just to explain, I won't be supporting this specific motion, but I like the general idea of structuring this in a more positive way. All right, who else has their hand up? Vice Chair Rupavar.
Okay, I agree with Chair Templeton. I do think that, you know, we should, well, two things. First, I feel comfortable with there being a safety net baked in. And so I don't have concerns on that end. I do agree with the sentiment, Commissioner Lowing, but I think it should be baked in like Chair Templeton is saying and having it phrased in a more positive way. One question I did want to raise and wanted to get other commissioners' thoughts on is, to me, it seems like we have this issue with like enrollment. And for me personally, like, I don't think there's a problem with, you know, having 540 or however many students, as long as there's no impact on the traffic and that can be managed. Like, that is what I hear loud and clear being the neighbor's primary concern. So what I was wondering, and I'd like to get other commissioners' thoughts on this, is can we tie, to me, it doesn't make sense. Like, why are we tying the enrollment increases to construction milestones? Why don't we tie it to traffic? Like, if you follow the TDM and we see no problem here, great, you get to hit the next enrollment, like you get to increase 25 more. Okay, blah, 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 next milestone, we hit it, there has been no impact to traffic, or we follow the TDM, or however you want to phrase it, pursuant to the current structure, let's increase the enrollment cap there. That way it aligns everybody's interests together. You're getting the enrollment increase that you want, and at the same time, you're making sure that there's no issues with parking, with traffic, so you don't have to come back and punish people for that. They just wouldn't get to go to the next enrollment cap. That way everybody is incentivized to keep traffic down and you get your enrollment increase. What do people think about that?
I like that.
Tell me if you disagree. I'm like kind of curious, but seems like makes sense to me. Am I missing something?
I think it's going to be hard for people to jump in. Let's go back to Commissioner Lowing, Suma, and Alchuk, and just hear some feedback on that. I like what you suggested.
Well, Commissioner Rupavar, what you said is exactly what Commissioner Riggs said last week, and it's absolutely mathematically correct that as long as there's no traffic spillover, then we should be solving for the TDM, not for the enrollment. But the reason I'm coming back with obviously a big objection here is because the enrollment is the reason why there's risk and why the TDM might not work. And as Commissioner Suma added, that applies to events, not just daily traffic. So I don't think that it's penalizing the school at this point to give them 450 instead of none, for example, or tell them to move, which I don't want to do. And I don't think that extra 90 students is going to take that long to get to if they just go ahead and perform and build neighborhood trust. So I agree with the thing conceptually, but to me, that's sort of academic because it doesn't cover all of the problems that could happen.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Also, I think we need to take into consideration things that the EIR couldn't take into consideration, which is what we expect some of the future traffic conditions to be in this area. And pre-COVID, the traffic on Embarcadero was insanely bad. We were getting people driving in the opposite lanes during peak hour. There's likely going to be a closure at Churchill. All these things are going to impact, and it's really enrollment that drives it. And I recall very early on when I was on the Planning Commission, another private school wanted to expand. They were either adjacent to or in R1, and they wanted to expand to create a better facility for their students. And they didn't increase enrollment at all. And they didn't get a single concerned neighbor, not a single objection. And that was because So I think that's what we're looking for here. Something, you know, it's a conditional use because it's a use that is not the common use in that zone. And the reason we have this kind of hearing for it is so that we can put restraints and restrictions on the conditional use so that everybody's comfortable with it. And I do not think it is an overwhelming problem for Castellea to come back in 3 years or something and say, look, this has been going so well, can we have more students? I just don't think that's an onerous task. I think just giving them that off the bat is what is going to create a feeling of unfairness. And I do think it will impact more than just how many students are on the property. And this is already a very dense school. I don't remember all the numbers, but it's a very small site with a fair number of students and all the teachers and other professionals who are working there. So I think we want to make sure that Castellet can stay there and do their job, which they've done for over 100 years really successfully. So I just don't feel we need to jump to that higher number from the get-go.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Alchek, did you have comments?
Okay, so I'll start big picture. I don't read the articulation of the growth process in this packet as negative versus positive. I think what would be the purpose of any TDM measure if they don't have an enrollment increase? This is a hypothetical question. Why would we even have a single reporting requirement if we didn't consider an enrollment increase? Surely remodeling their structures doesn't immediately create the concern that they should be monitored on all fronts for impacts on traffic. So there's some circular logic here that I think let me put it this way. There may be reasons to support requiring a school to come back for a second CUP, as Commissioner Lowing is suggesting. I don't think those reasons have been articulated yet. I'll say this, for traffic to return to its pre-COVID, that should have no impact on whether or not you would consider an enrollment increase if the condition of the enrollment increase is no new net trips. I think I think the transportation work on this particular application is very robust, and is there a better way to write that paragraph so that it aligns the growth with meeting goals as opposed to growth that could be suspended if goals aren't met? That's, in my opinion, a complete syntax issue. And I could still recommend approval of this condition with the knowledge and confidence that staff could, potentially address the syntax there as they move this forward. I think one of the other issues that I would suggest is a problem here is, well, look, like I said, I think there could be reasons. I don't think that, I'll just address some of the ones that were given. I don't think the density argument is a good one. If you take out the fields that make up, 80% of some of the other schools that are in R1 districts, then we're not talking about density. We shouldn't be looking at the total acreage and say, this is not a reason to allow them to have an extra percentage of students in their classrooms. They're clearly proposing to build the infrastructure to house these students. So I feel like, and then the other thing I will say is the last two meetings, I think one of the biggest takeaways I've had, and maybe there are people listening that are thinking this too, is this is not a neighbor versus Castellea thing. there is not clear consensus amongst the neighbors about the impacts here. And so I want to just encourage us to not assume that the neighbors speak in one voice, particularly because we heard so many of them disagree with each other. And so the sentiment of finding a way to get a project here that everyone can get behind, of course, is one I support. I don't share the view that there isn't a safety net. My read here is very different. I think this is all about a safety net. The whole concept of monitoring, and we took it up an extra notch, right? We were like, this monitoring needs to be digital, and I can't remember the wording we used last time, but it was Billy's suggestion for some very specific hardware that would be involved. And I read the Fair and Peers letter that we received this week to suggest that this would be like a new standard and a quite expensive undertaking, which brings me back to this idea that it just feels like an endless number of hurdles that we keep putting up for a local institution to essentially attempt to improve upon its mission. So I'm still waiting to hear an argument that suggests otherwise. And I don't want to disregard what Commissioner Rupivar suggested. I think the way we say things is important. And I actually liked what you said, but I don't know if technically it dramatically changes the effect. And considering the context and the history, I'm uninclined to sort of bring this back to a fifth meeting, or I don't know what this one is now.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. All right, let's move on to Commissioner Heckman. Did you have comments on this motion?
Yes,
Before
thank
your
you.
hand up.
Sorry. I will not be supporting the motion, and I want to start really by focusing on the human aspect of this. I know it's not lost on any of us that this has been a terribly divisive issue for this neighborhood for 5 years. You know, we have received comments in support and opposition from people who live next door to each other over and over and over again. And I think part of the stress of this situation is the not knowing how it's going to turn out. And one of I think our most important functions on the PTC supporting the council is to help the council make a decision that is decisive, so that people can then start to accept that the decision has been made and adjust their thinking or just, you know, get on with it. And to me, the concept that Castellea, we might do something here as a body that would result in Castellea coming back, and I heard Commissioner Suma say 3 years. I think it would be 2 years or even 1 year, and I'll explain why in a minute. To have them come back in a year or 2 years to ask for more is going to invite the same divisiveness all over again. And I think that would be a disservice to our community. So if there are commissioners that think 450 is the right number, then I suggest you be resolved that that is the permanent right number in your mind. I don't believe that at all. So that's the first point, is that human aspect. I think a use permit is really designed, it's why they're not time limited. They're designed to carry on indefinitely and set the structure. And to really set something up that has to come back here in a couple of years makes no sense to me. So the second point is I'm a little perplexed because the the maker of the motion and the seconder of this motion are two of the commissioners who at our last meeting voted to alter condition 22 so that there's no net traffic increase. And I was not supportive of that, but the effect of the majority decision there is there can't be a traffic impact. There can't be. And our mitigation measures are set up to ensure that. And so it's perplexing, having eliminated the possibility of a traffic impact, to now limit the enrollment, which cannot definitionally have a traffic impact. And I think I was trying to kind of figure out the math and walk through this. And so let me just kind of share this with you. The way that the condition 4 works with mitigation measure 7A is, first of all, they're at 426 now. As I understand it, they can't increase their enrollment beyond 426 until the school year after they finish phase 1, which is the underground garage. So they finish the underground garage, and then they can increase by 25 under current mitigation measure 4 to 451. So let's pause right there, because under the current motion, they can't even get there. They're capped at 450 and they're done. That's it. The very first enrollment bump maxes them out, which is why I think after they do 2 years of testing and shown it's 3 tests per year during the construction stage. I think they're back in a year asking for more because they're building for a campus of 540 students. So that makes no sense to me. Now, and the way we have it structured, which I like, is every year they can increase by 25 up to 490. So that's really from 451, they go to 476. And then the next year they only get 14, right? Because that gets them to 490 before they build the building. And then they can increase from 490. It would take them 2 years at 25 to get to 540. So that's 5 years under the best of circumstances after they finish the garage, which is at least a year or 2 from now. And at every step of the way, they get stuck under the current version of condition 22 if they have any net increase in traffic. So I think the safety net is fantastic. I mean, I think it's foolproof, and it's that way because it has been labored over by so many consultants for so many years to get it right. People with a lot more expertise than I have. And then the final thing I want to touch on is the concept that Chair Templeton voiced and Vice Chair Rupavar was supportive of, the concept that let's turn it slightly so that you have some enrollment, you show your numbers, no net increase under condition 22, and then you can bump up again. While conceptually I like that, what I'm wondering is how that works in practice with the school enrollment, and whether does that create essentially a 1-year pause between they can really only increase every other year because they have to wait for the results of this year, and by the time they get the results of this year and they're fine, they're already in next year. Or I mean, I think that the enrollment for these schools, to start in September, I think is done by March, if not earlier. And so I'm wondering if we would be unknowingly building in a lag.
So let's hold that thought until a motion like that is made. I think you're making good points, but I think we're getting close to being able to vote on this.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
No, so those are the three concepts that I had. And I think this is a really good and important discussion. And I appreciate the motion, even though I can't support it, because I think it's important for us to talk about these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner Lowing, I heard that you had a comment. If you can keep it brief, and then we can go to voting on this.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to convert people who don't like this concept, but I do want to clarify. Commissioner Alchek, the first thing you said is that why would we be doing a TDM if we're not doing an enrollment increase? Well, under 450 students, we're doing an enrollment increase of 25 immediately. So that's why there's a TDM. So that was kind of an odd comment. I mean, it is a TDM in order to make sure that the 25 don't even go bad. And I think that the comments on the various neighbors brings up an important point that I want to talk about, which is that this is not a vote of the neighbors. We're not going to have a ballot box. We just need to listen and see what the issues are and come up with a solution that is suitable in the issue of a cup where we're in charge of that, and it's a privilege. The issue about divisiveness for 5 years is well taken, and I've spoken to that a couple of times before. Commissioner Heckman, I just think it's a sad state of affairs that we've gotten there. And I think there should have been interim moves, but I'm not going to go there. I don't think that if all that they want to do after building this at some point in the future is add another 20 students, I don't think that will be disruptive or divisive, because then they will have proven it and they will have earned the privilege of going higher, which is part of what I'm trying to build in. Somebody's talking. And I think that they won't be back quickly for a new cup, specifically because of the need for that much construction. So my point is quite simple, that we don't know if they can successfully get to 450. They don't even. They're very committed to doing it, and I appreciate that. But we might as well see that first and reward them.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. I see other hands up. If those are historic hands up, if you could please put those down, and only keep your hand up if you need to speak before we vote. Commissioner Lyon, do you have more? Okay. Commissioner Suma, do you want to address this motion before we vote?
Yes, just briefly, because I don't think we're going to come to agreement amongst all of us here. I would like to say that the conditional use is the school use, which they have for as long as they want. But the conditions of how that, the specific conditions and the enrollment and the number of events and traffic were the three that were of most concern to people. So I do think it is relevant. And I would also like to point out that this enrollment, the enrollment has been violated for years. They're in violation right now. Well, not COVID, but, and so to me, it isn't a big deal to come back and ask for a change in enrollment. And they have violated their agreement with the city and the neighbors for years and not been very mindful of it. 426, if they come back when the garage is done in phase 1 with 426, they'll be, this current CUP says 415. So I think that it shows goodwill to the people that are concerned. And I think it's reasonable to assume on this site that there is not, maybe there's a magic number for the Castellea people because of their business plan or something like that, but that's not really what we're crafting here. We're trying to craft a successful way for this school to stay here and move forward in a way that everybody is comfortable with. And I do not think there's anything wrong with keeping the limit a little lower to start. And I think it would do a lot to create goodwill.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Nguyen, would you like to conduct a vote? Just a reminder, this is Commissioner Lowing, seconded by Commissioner Suma, to change the enrollment cap on condition 4 to 450. Does that correctly capture the motion?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Nguyen?
Okay, yes. Commissioner Alchek?
No.
Commissioner Heckman?
No.
Commissioner Lowing?
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
No.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
No.
Okay, the motion does not carry.
All right, thank you. That was a really good and thorough discussion.
Did Chair Templeton freeze? Okay.
She might have dropped it.
I was like, she's leaving us all waiting for what she's
Sorry, you guys, little internet hiccup there. I was going to suggest that we've been here for 2 hours and a quarter and might be time for a 5-minute break. Does anyone object to that? All right, we'll be back in at 8:21. Thank you very much. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Just a quick process note here. My internet seems to be a little bit unstable tonight. So if I do drop off, it usually reconnects in like under 60 seconds. If we're in the middle of a vote, please wait. Otherwise, Vice Chair Rupavar can continue until I can rejoin.
I just want you to know that's what we would do. We wouldn't vote without you.
Appreciate that. Okay, so we're waiting for a few more commissioners to come back online, and then we can.
Bart, what's the significance of the posters behind you? Is that a family portrait is behind you? Is that what that is? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Family portrait, Southwest art, and then the one in the corner is from Thailand for what Carrie and I called our preconception tour. Before we started having kids.
Nice.
On that note, we're still broadcasting. So
I don't think we are yet.
I don't know. It says live.
Oh, does it? Sorry.
Yeah. So, okay, we're still waiting for a couple more people to rejoin. And then let me just see if anybody's still got their hands up. It doesn't look like it. So once we have everybody here, then you can raise your hands if you haven't had a first round yet to make additional comments.
Can I ask you just a quick question?
Yes.
So Commissioner Heckman mentioned that he wanted to do a few motions regarding different conditions, and then he said he would look forward to another motion that would essentially adopt all the other conditions as they are. And I think it would help if you could just clarify, because my understanding was that the motion we made last time essentially adopted all the conditions as they were with the following adjustments and left it open to other adjustments to be made.
So we may not need that final.
So we wouldn't need another step of having to, I think it would help if staff could just like tell us if that's how they see it. And if they do, then we could not have to go through the process of, again, moving any of the conditions we didn't specifically have a conversation about.
That's a great point. Assistant Director Cannon.
Yes, I'm going to ask if Ms. French has returned from the break. I know she did have a slide that had that language that was from the motion in greater detail. Perhaps now would be a time to just show that so everyone can see it, and then we can go forward. I did want to offer that staff have been noodling the discussion as the session has gone on. If there is interest in hearing about ways to address some of the concerns that commissioners have raised, Director Late can do that. Amy, do you mind bringing up that slide?
Also, I didn't hear you. Is your impression the impression I had, or?
She's going to confirm that with the notes that Ms. French has from our motions.
And I think there may be a pocket slide that has a longer narrative of the motion.
Yeah, that was removed from the slide. So basically, there was a motion number 2 that was made that included all of the staff conditions with the following changes. Then that was Alcheck, who then made a motion 3, withdrew the motion 2 and made motion 3 that had this non-exclusive list of changes. That's how Attorney Yang heard it.
So just to be clear, because my question is it your understanding that my motion essentially it moved all the conditions subject to the following exceptions, like spelled out, and any future exceptions passed? Or is it only a motion to the specific items that we discussed and specified, meaning that we would also need to move tonight that any conditions that we didn't specifically discuss are approved as written?
My understanding was because you withdrew motion number 2 and instead made motion 3, It was
Okay.
just focused on these particular non-exclusive list of changes.
I thought when we said, that's fine, because it's not a terrible onerous task to do another motion. But I'll just say that I thought when I said non-exclusive, we were saying that the motions specific, the adjustments to further conditions could still continue to amend that motion, if you will. I don't know if that's an accurate statement. So, but that's actually conceptually, now that I'm saying it out loud, very confusing. So if it would help, once you're done with your first round, I'd be happy to make a motion that essentially got us to that place where the motions that we haven't that felt necessary to nitpick, and we can just, as a group, add to the list of motions that we conditions that we recommend.
Thank you for bringing that point up and for clearing it up. Assistant Director Tanner and Ms. French. Assistant Director, I'm wondering if you wanted to speak to, you had some thoughts that you shared that maybe we could make some adjustments. Do you want to share those now, or do you want to share those later?
Certainly, we can share this now. I'll turn it over to Director Jonathan Lee, and just kind of the idea to try to meet some of the ideas that were in the discussion that the commission just had. Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Tanner. Good evening, commissioners, Chair Templeton, planning commissioners. So we offer this just as an opportunity to sort of maybe meet the sort of different perspectives in the middle. We can appreciate that there's a little bit of an awkwardness about granting an increase in enrollment, and how you whittle that back over time depending on the number of violations that may happen, and understanding some of the concerns about some of the trust concerns that we've heard mentioned this evening and from the community before. So similar to the thought is that continuing with the same concept that we have drafted in your packet, enrollment would stay at 426 until completion of the garage. And the reason we tie it to construction to address an earlier comment is because that's just when there's more capacity to be able to accommodate more students on the property. And so the completion of the garage is an important milestone that we think needs to stay, or that's why we've tied that to enrollment. So once the garage is completed, enrollment would be able to increase up to 25 students as it is currently written, but it would be predicated or conditioned on the successful completion of three of the AMP, the TDM monitoring reports, AM peak and ADT. And if you have 3 consecutive reports, then the school would be allowed to increase enrollment by 25 students. Now, this works up to a point. You get up to the 490, and then after complete construction and removal of the modular buildings, again, it would be the same thing. Every year, being able to increase up to 25 students, provided that you had 3 previous clear TDM monitoring reports with respect to AM peak and ADT. Commissioner Heckman noted, and we agree, that if you rely on the reporting for the same academic year in which was the enrollment increased, it would effectively result in a delay of a year, each successive year, before the school would be able to move on to increase enrollment. So alternatively, we still think having the history of 3 consecutive reports is important, but we would rely on 2 prior reports from what would then be the previous academic year, the most recent. And then at least one of the 3 reports has to be in the current academic year at monitoring at the higher enrollment rates. So this gets a little complicated to explain, but the idea is that we still have 3 reports. 2 of them would be from the previous year. 1 of them would be from the current academic year, the same year that they would send their acceptance letters out to the incoming class. And so you'd still, and if they were all clear, if they met the standard, then the incoming class could increase by 25 students or however they're going to increase their enrollment. Same thing would repeat year after year, and each one relies on a collection of data showing progressive, or not just progressive, but showing consistent compliance with those measures. And any one violation of those AM peak or ADTs means that that's suspended until we can collect 3 more years of good data. I'll note there's a condition, I think it's 29, that still would allow the city to reduce enrollment if there were other violations, but I wouldn't want the expectation to be if there's an infraction of one of the conditions that automatically means the enrollment is suspended. I think that the penalty has to sort of fit the violation. So anyways, I apologize if that's muddies the water. Just trying to see if we
that's very helpful.
Okay, and then I'll just offer to staff, if I got any of that, inconsistent with your thoughts, feel free to chime in. But that's an option for the commission to consider. And
my assumption here is that if we, the commission would ask staff to do that, that we would make a motion for that, or is that the right way to do it? Okay.
Yeah, and I think if there's understanding on what I've articulated, I think that's something that we could draft, and in and of itself wouldn't necessarily need to come back to the commission, provided you understand what I said.
Provided that. Well, then I would suggest Commissioner Rupafar was the one who brought this up. Do you want to respond or question or make a motion around what Director Lake just shared?
Yeah, that all makes sense. And I mean, I don't know how to make the motion, but I am in agreement, and I hope that we can build in that clarification. I don't think it needs to come back to us. I perfectly understood it, but that clarification was extremely helpful. So do I make a motion to have staff clarify?
Along the lines of
thank you. Along the lines of what, thank you, Director Late said, and it does not need to come back to us.
I will second that motion if it's deemed sufficient. Any objections on the part of Mr. Yang, please speak up now. And then I see that we have some comments from Commissioner Alchek and Commissioner Heckman, but first, Mr. Yang.
Yeah, I think just for clarity of the record, I'd like to just try to succinctly restate what the motion would be. And
Director Lake, can you help us?
Jonathan to do that, or do you want to do that? Yes, please. Thank you. Okay.
And so I think it is essentially maintaining condition of approval 4 as it's currently stated, but adding a provision that no enrollment increase may occur unless the school has achieved the performance standards in condition 22, which is the ADT and the AM peak standards, for the preceding 3 consecutive reporting periods.
All right. Director Late had some complicated language around those reporting periods. Do we need to clarify that, or are we good?
I think he was just explaining what the practical effect of that would be. But yeah, not actually changing, what we would be specifically requiring.
So there would be no delay, right? I just want to make sure that there would be no delay, like the issue Commissioner Heckman raised, because I'm not trying to create problems.
Correct. Yeah, as Director Late explained, this would result in our using, some data from a previous year, some data from a current year, but that would not result in a delay.
Okay, that's what I understood. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to some more robust discussion. I see Commissioners Alchek, Heckman, Lowing, and Suma in that order. So Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, I imagine that my comment, well, I'd like to think that Commissioner Heckman probably is thinking the same thing I am, but I don't see that there would be any harm in being a little bit more specific. So maybe you're suggesting the language and that the determination essentially would occur at the conclusion of a calendar year in advance of the upcoming academic year. And so when you say preceding 3 reports, you're actually talking about the first report of the year, the report number 1 from the current academic year and reports 2 and 3 from the preceding academic year. So my theory is that a little more precision here might help. I really don't, the question I had when Director Late was speaking was, is this different than how you were going to do it anyways? Because I just, hearing you say it made me think that this was already the plan. And because it sounds like the only feasible way to actually achieve the implementation. So did you just come up with this on the fly, or is this sort of what you guys were already thinking you were going to do?
So the chair, if I may respond, the way that the language was written originally was we didn't start rolling back enrollment until one, it was already achieved, and then enrollment is incremental because we didn't want how the incoming class gets reduced by a large number could be problematic for the school as we understood it. So the conditions that are in your packet has this really incremental approach where you pull back 5 students each year until you get compliance with the ADT. And so the revised method that we just offered, sort of as we were hearing the conversation unfold, gets to what I believe Commissioner Lowing was talking about, where it's, you get your enrollment, but you kind of show to the community that you can increase by meeting these standards. And it wasn't precisely like Commissioner Lowing was saying, but I mean, that's where we were trying to bridge it. So no, it wasn't always our plan from the get-go.
Okay.
We've sort of present this in response to the dialogue that we've been hearing.
So for the purposes of just being more specific, since I think that sort of specificity, I think will essentially assist everyone involved, including the applicant and the community. Am I understanding you correctly that you would essentially pull reports before the conclusion of a calendar year in anticipation of the next academic year? So like you had suggested that letters of admission would go out in March, or maybe that was someone else. And so the idea is that you would want to know, can we admit 25 more students before March? And so that you would have to conclude that analysis early enough to facilitate that. So instead of the language as the city attorney said, which was just the preceding 3 reports, I think it would be probably best if we could just create, I think it would be probably best if we could create a little bit more specificity about the timing so that the objective can be met and also facilitate proper planning. Because if, for example, that analysis isn't concluded until April, then it has not really sufficiently provided the school with the opportunity to benefit from the work they've done.
So, right. So the way that you expressed the reporting, Commissioner Olczyk, is what we had in mind. So as I'm looking at condition number 23 in your packet, I think it's packet page 37 on the October online version. There's 3 reporting periods: January 15, May 15, and September 15. So the idea is we need to get the answer to Castanea, or they need to know, right, if they can increase their enrollment before acceptance letters go out. And that typically happens around mid-March, is my understanding. So we would know by then whether or not the January 15th report was accurate, or showed a lower AM peak or compliant AM peak and ADT. And then we would look at the preceding academic year report for September 15 and May 15. So
actually, I think, hold on a second, because now you confused me. It sounded like you had said initially that you would take 1 from the current year and 2 from the preceding year. However, However, if you start with the January 15 one, incorporate it into your analysis, then the September 15th one would be in the same academic year, and only the May 15th one would be the preceding year. So if you make your conclusion after, so I'm just trying to get clarity here.
So again, I think it's.
I can help. I think.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
We need to specify which year. Is it a calendar year or an academic year? I think that will clear it up.
Yeah, so I think I understand Commissioner Alczek's point about specifying, when the determination is going to be made, and based on which reports from which academic year. And I think that is something we can incorporate into this condition.
That's always my favorite approach to articulating motions.
Thank you, Commissioner Alczek. Vice Chair Rupavar, do you accept?
Yes.
All right, as seconder, I also accept. Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I am supportive of this concept, but I still am not understanding how it works for a possible increase every year. And so I'd just like to walk through a hypothetical and people can point out where I'm going astray. So if we assume, for example, that the CUP is approved and that the garage is built in time for them to increase enrollment for, I'm just going to say, academic year 2024-2025. So they do that. They add 25 students. They're at 451 enrollment. And there will be measurements taken, reports due September 15th, and then January 15th of that year. So there'll only be 2. And so it seems to me that under this scenario, it's not clear to me that once the January 15th is turned in, which is only the second report at the increased enrollment, that they would have a green light to increase enrollment for the 2025 to 2026 calendar year. Instead, they'd have to wait a year for that increase. And so can somebody show me that it actually does work so that they could increase every year, which is what the current conditions of approval contemplate?
So I'll just take a stab at that very quickly. If you look at, that condition 23, actually only the January 15th report would be from that 2024-2025 academic year. That September 15th report would be coming from the end of the 2023-24 academic year. And that's what this staff proposal would use. It would use one report with an increased enrollment and 2 reports from the previous enrollment. And the following year, you would have the same situation. You would have 1 report with, increased enrollment from the current academic year and 2 reports from the previous year, where maybe it was also increased enrollment from, from the year before. And these reports actually are due immediately, even before there's any increase in enrollment, they're going to be providing these reports to us. So we'll have at least 3 consecutive reports, one of which will be with an increased enrollment on which to rely.
I get it now. Thank you.
Wait, can I ask one more question, Chair Templeton?
Would it be all right if you wait for the other people to ask, or is it specific to this comment?
It was just specific to what Attorney.
Go ahead then. Go ahead then.
If you're, let's say they in this hypothetical they increase by 20. They do their first increase. The first relevant report would be January 15th. There would be a second increase at the time that the September 15th report was conducted. So the September 15th report would hold them to the standard it would essentially be evaluating a second increase, even though in the way you just described it, it pertains to a previous year. And so I just it shouldn't really change anything because it's a no net trips. But I just wanted to sort of suggest that it doesn't really make a difference what calendar year, what academic year, however many reports you have available, you could theoretically use, because it continues to be no net new trips, right? So it's basically every report. It could be for 25 students, it could be for 100 students. It has to have the same conclusion. It doesn't really make a difference if it applies to a small increase or a second increase, because it provides the same information. Is that right?
I'm not sure I entirely understand the question.
When you get your September 15th report,
Yeah.
if you base the second increase off the January report from the previous year, then the September 15th report takes place in a year when there's two increases. There have been two increases. And I don't think that should change anything because the result of the report has to still meet this threshold. But I'm just making that point that you're using a report from September 15th, but it's not solely evidence of what occurred after one increase of enrollment. It actually demonstrates performance after two increases of enrollment, because the enrollment occurs prior to September 15th, presumably.
Well, so I think I understand what you're expressing, but I don't think it's correct, because although the enrollment letters go out in March, they're not effective until the next August. And although the report comes in on September 15th, the data that's presented in that report is from April to July.
Oh,
of the previous
okay. Then in that case, thank you for making that clarification. I was a little confused. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. Commissioner Lau, you had your hand up. Do you still want to speak? No. Okay. Commissioner Suma.
So are we changing 23, or are we condition 23, or are we adding language to condition 4? This has gotten kind of confusing.
So condition 3 was referenced, was only a reference. We are not proposing any changes to condition 3.
At 23.
23.
Yeah, no changes proposed to condition number 23. Condition 4 would change. Let's see. Yeah, condition 4 would change.
I actually think this is very confusing, and I'm not sure we want to go in the direction of making on the fly changes that don't clarify but actually confuse it. It's really kind of confusing. And if there's no net new trips, what would the TD, if there are truly no net new trips, what would the TDM reports show?
They would show that the school is in compliance with the ADT, average daily trips, and the AMP driveway counter thresholds. And as long as they continue to meet those thresholds, that's what we're looking for in those reports.
Okay.
And to your other point, it's up to the commission. I mean, we're happy to do whatever the commission wants us to do in terms of the language. I think we have an understanding of it. It's just a matter of whether the commission feels like there's sufficient understanding and how you want to address that as this moves on to the council. So we're happy to follow your lead on that.
Okay, well, if any aspect of this is gonna come back to us, I would request that this specific language come back to us, but only if we don't finish with this tonight, because I think it's confusing.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. And I realize I never spoke to my second, and it may address some of the questions that came up that you also brought up. I think that the intention of this motion is to clarify forward progress together, that the school would be allowed to increase enrollment while simultaneously proving that they are meeting their transportation agreement. And so I think that adds clarity. It is confusing because we don't have it written out. So I recognize and appreciate your desire to see it fully written out. and we can come back to that and ask staff later at some point if we agree to bring it back with all of these motions included. So that may be something for you to consider. I would also suggest that you know, I think this is a really important clarification because it shows that Castanea would be a good neighbor, that the applicant would be a good neighbor. And I think that is really the crux of all of these disagreements, is that we've had, you know, we've seen problems with that in the past, and we've had, as one commissioner mentioned, years of frustration and contention around this. And I think this is one of the ways that we can kind of get to the root of that and start to heal. So I'm really hopeful that we can find a way to agree on this. It's a language change. Yes, somebody mentioned it was a syntax thing, but it's an important way to clarify the intention of this whole plan, is to say, hey, you give and we give, and you give and we give. So I really would, I do appreciate the director coming back with a proposed way to move this forward, and I hope that he will support it. All right, Commissioner Heckman is next.
I was trying to scribble out a motion here to capture this, and I've almost got it. So maybe I'll give it a try, and then staff can help. I'm not trying to change any of the intent of what I just heard, but if I get it wrong, I need some help.
Okay, hold on just a second. So there is a motion, and you are proposing language for that motion, right? Because Commissioner, Vice Chair Rupivar already moved what Mr. Yang had. He provided some phrasing, but I'm sure she would be willing to consider what you're wording as well.
No, that's unnecessary. Can I maybe just hear the motion that's on the floor again?
Sure, Mr. Yang, are you able to read that back?
Sure. It would be that student enrollment shall not increase unless the school has achieved performance standards in condition 22 for 3 consecutive reporting periods. And then we will be adding some clarifying language about, you know, which reporting periods those are and on what date that determination will be made.
Thank you very much. Does that address your need, Commissioner Heffer?
I think so, other than clarifying that the motion concerns condition number 4.
Yes, this would be to add, you know, additional provision to condition 4. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more hands up. If you wish to speak to this motion before we take a vote, please put your hand up now. All right, Mr. Nguyen, would you please conduct the vote?
Commissioner Olczak?
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing?
No.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupivar?
Yes.
Commissioner Suma?
No.
Chair Templeton?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lowing and Commissioner Suma, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Yeah, very briefly. First, I don't like to vote on something that I haven't seen in front of me. But second, I don't see that there's a substantive change in the way this thing is moving. So the language here doesn't meet sort of what you had said, Ms. Templeton, in terms of how you think it should go. So I don't think it went far enough. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma?
Pretty much the same. I think it would be better to have the language in front of us. I don't think it's substantively different or better. So and I actually have a strong desire to have the enrollment be capped lower. So it was inconsistent with my general feeling.
Thank you. All right, thank you for a good discussion on that. So far, I think Commissioner Suma, have you had a chance for your first round of comments and motions?
No, but that's okay. I don't need that. We can carry on. But I do have a question, and that is that we have already events, the number of events is no longer on the table because we voted on that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, although you could reconsider it, but it would have to be somebody who supported it to make that motion.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just clarifying. I did have an idea. I don't know if any of you or all of you got to watch any of the ARB hearings on this matter. And they had a long conversation about construction impacts and logistics. And there was a strong interest in having the school relocate during construction so that it was not a phased process. And so the girls and teachers and everybody had better conditions for learning as opposed to being on a construction site. And it would also make the construction overall much quicker for everybody. And I'm not sure that I feel like I should suggest this would be a condition of approval. But if there was strong interest in that, it would really it would really make the construction more efficient, and it would keep the girls from being in noisy and what I think are going to be very dusty and particulate matter conditions. And there was also a couple of communications from the public regarding wanting more specific air particle measurements during construction. And I think one of the reasons I think that we're sensitive about that is because we've been through all these fires and have had all this exposure to particulate matter in the air. Is there any interest among my colleagues in pursuing any of those construction management ideas?
I see two hands up. I don't know if they were planning to go next. So I have captured those hands. So if you don't want to speak to Commissioner Suma's topic, you can put your hand down. I will get to you. In the meantime, I would say, I was really intrigued by one of the public comments today regarding construction safety, specifically around students maneuvering around those vehicles. And I thought, I'm particularly interested in what did the ARB say about that? Did they already incorporate some requirements for this project around construction that staff would like to share with us?
I'll look to Ms. French to report on the ARB and some of the discussions that they had.
Yes, the ARB, of course, had draft conditions of approval in front of them. I would need some time to pull those up to share those. There was not a recommendation of the board to not have the girls on the campus while under construction. So I don't think that would be characterized as, any kind of majority interest on the part of the ARB. I was going to look through and see if there was any motion related to construction. I don't believe there was related to modifying any of the conditions that were put before the board. I'm certainly happy to go and find some of those conditions and summarize them. I just don't have them in front of me at the moment.
I don't think it was that I think they had a pretty big discussion about it, which is what I was referring to. I don't think they made any votes on it. If no one's interested in pursuing this, then I just wanted to bring it up. And I think it's something the school should consider, but if no one, I would hesitate to make it a condition of approval because it seems like the school and the parents and the students' decision really, but I do think it would make the project go much quicker and would put the girls in a safer place during construction.
Does staff have any comment on whether that kind of guidance would be in scope for the PPC to provide?
So I'll make some initial comments, and then Amy may have found some other information. But certainly the construction activity is of importance for everybody involved in this. And so if the commission has some additional perspective that you'd like to add, so that we could ensure safety in the during this period of construction, we certainly welcome that kind of comment and feedback. I will note that I'm looking at the ARB condition of approval that they recommended for the logistics plan, which is takes into consideration, it's our standard condition, but there's some components of it that that we've beefed up from our typical projects. And so just to highlight a couple of points, one is usually our logistics plan is just reviewed by the Public Works Department during plan review. That's our typical process. In this case, we've also required review by the Director of Planning and Development Services, my position, but also the office, the Chief Transportation Official, so that the three of us could coordinate and make sure that the logistics plan is covering a multitude of interests. We also indicate that consideration of the Bryant Lake Boulevard needs to factor into the logistics plan. Special consideration is needed to ensure construction traffic does not interfere or interact with students arriving or leaving the site. We say that the city shall have the authority to amend or modify the logistics plan as needed to address neighborhood impacts and address public safety concerns, that all construction staging is to take place on site. And then it goes on to talk about our usual sort of traffic control measures. So what we don't have in there, and I don't know if it's in the environmental impact report, I don't know if it was identified as an impact about PM 10 or any sort of pollutants, but that's not included in the logistics plan. That kind of air quality monitoring. So if, I'll just, as far as logistics goes, that we have a fairly robust condition. If the commission feels like we need to expand upon that, we're happy to do that as we're able to.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma, do you think that what has already transpired addresses your concerns, or were there some specific things you'd like to like perhaps the particulates you want to add on there?
I think it would be appropriate having, we had a construction that went on in the Upper Mayfield near College Terrace, so on Cal Ave in the Research Park, that went on for like 5 years or something, and people actually moved because of the particulate matter. Now that was a bigger project. I think it's important to, as long as the staff is secure that they would, if there is a problem, I mean, there's those little air monitors all over the city, as we know from watching the fire particulate matter. As long as it could be addressed somehow, if it becomes an issue. And like I said, I have a strong preference for the girls not being there when the construction is happening, but I do think that is really a decision the school and the parents should make. So I can leave it at that if no one else is interested.
I would also just direct that mitigation measure 9A is all about the air quality. So.
And Ms. Prince, do you have that page number up? If you're looking at it.
It's packet page 134, sorry, packet page 133 through packet page 135.
Great. So we can refer to that. Yeah, I'm interested. I feel like we have addressed many of those concerns to date, but if there was something specific that you wanted to add, of course, now would be a great time to make a motion there. All right, Commissioner Sumer, are you done with your time? Okay,
yes,
we can come back to you if you have more. Commissioner Allcheck, followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Okay, I won't comment on the last item because didn't work out, but I do have thoughts on it, but I'll reserve them. I want to move that we recommend all the other conditions of approval as written, name of the ones that we have not already amended, with the intent of getting to phase 2 of the discussion, which would be, I want to plot us 3 hours, 3 items. We're making good progress. So yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval of all of the remaining conditions that have not already previously been amended.
Is there a second? Go ahead and unmute yourself if there is a second.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hickman. Do you want to speak to the motion, Commissioner Alcheck?
I think we've gotten very specific tonight on many of these conditions, and I think they represent the ones that we were clearly very motivated to discuss. I'd like us to move to the second phase of this, which is now that we understand the framework, let's have that discussion that gets us, that moves this along. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman, followed by Commissioner O'Malley.
Yeah, so I just want to acknowledge in my second that it does not involve, we'd be moving forward with this motion and not discussing the request we received from the Castellet attorney, or encouragement, not request, encouragement, maybe it was request, to reconsider item 22. And I just wanted to note that had somebody brought that up, even though I was in the minority on that vote, I would not have supported a reconsideration. I think the decisions that we make need to be firm decisions, and we made one, and now it'll go to council, and I think Castellet can make their presentation on that issue to council. So I'm actually happy that no one has raised that issue. So
yeah, actually, I want to just address that, if you don't mind, that comment, which is that I share your sentiment. If I could communicate to council, I would suggest that I still believe that should be reviewed again. But I would suggest to you, based on prior experience at the commission level, that I wouldn't be surprised if the staff report didn't communicated the commission's recommendation, but provided its own recommendation alternative on that specific item, considering some of the feedback we received. So that being said, I think I'm glad you made a comment about it, because it should be incorporated into the minutes at this stage. It was the majority of individuals that supported that particular motion may not be the same majority that supports the ultimate recommendation. And so I think that should be reflected, that sort of broken majority in that regard. So thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you, Commissioner Alcheck. Commissioner Heckman, did you have more?
no, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowing, did you want to speak to this motion?
Yes. Excuse me. I want to speak to it. First of all, just in the way of saying I had 3 more things that I was going to bring up. So I'll just cover that in the context of this motion. I don't think they're long. They're mostly questions. It's this 29, 30, and 31. And I think they're questions of Director Late on my question is, when you get to the top, unless there's at some point a cup to go beyond 540 to 1,000 or whatever, does number 30 prescribe how you would continue to monitor that with respect to the TDM and any violations?
So you're asking about condition 30?
I'm asking about condition 30, but my question is this the one that's applicable to once you get to the top of the allowed enrollment? you're still going to be monitoring for any violations. Does this cover that in a way that you're comfortable that it covers it?
That one would cover it. I think that there might be
29 as well.
Yeah. So I think there's definitely 30, which is a catch-all, and 29 speaks to the ability to suspend or, enrollment as we need to, or reduce it.
No, but I'm talking about when it's at the top. Let's say it's at 540, which is what they're requesting.
Mm-hmm.
You still are going to be monitoring for some period of time before the sunset period. Is it 29 and 30 that let you
will?
do that?
And so definitely 30, and I can take a look at number 39, number 29, but definitely 30 gives the city that ability. If we're going to do, I think I mentioned this last time, we're going to continue to monitor this. There's a deposit that we require the applicant to fund. So there's going to be annual compliance reviews of the conditions. I think the Planning Commission at its last meeting imposed a condition where we come back in 15 years after the project, so that you're also going to have a chance to take a look at TDM performance. So I think I think we're addressing that issue.
So just to be specific, if it's 5 years till they get to the top of the allowed enrollment, and it's 15 years when we're going to take a look at it, in that 10-year period, you can still give fines according to 29 and 30 for violations of the TDM.
The city has the authority to impose the conditions of approval if they exceed their conditions of approval, their enrollment. If their TDM plan doesn't work, that's what these conditions would do. Allow for the city to take the necessary action.
That's what I was expecting you to say, but I wanted you to clarify it. And at 29, I've just been a little concerned that those timeframes are too long, but that may just be a necessity. Is there any feeling on your part that they could be shortened up? I mean, 60 down to 45, and
I think the 60 is a pretty firm one, only because it takes time to respond to. I mean, the first one's a notice, right? So that's day 0 right there. We send a notice of violation, and the school has 45 days to cure the violation. And so part of that curing of the violation, it may require some time. It may require some changes in behavior. It may not be something that you can just flip a switch and fix. And so that's why we gave 45 days, so that we could, if it was, cultural or, habit or, whatever it was, there's time to cure and correct that. So that might be an area where if the commission felt that was too much time, you can reduce that. I would encourage you to be sort of mindful of how long would be appropriate. And then the 60 could reduce, I would say that's some kind of a corresponding number with that. But staff needs to have a little bit of time to get some paperwork together.
well, I appreciate your clarification, but also the breadth of your answer, because it points out things that you don't know yet what you have to investigate before you can do it. So I appreciate that. The last one I had was on 31. I'm presuming that this $15,000 is some sort of a plug number, and over time that varies by year, or
So yeah, it was a calculated number based on our code enforcement hourly rate and how much time that we would anticipate would be required in a given year, maybe 18-month period. And so it's an informed number, and it's a starting place, right? So if once we draw down to 5,000, I think the number is, then we ask the applicant to replenish it back to 15,000.
That's it. Thanks. Thanks, Jonathan.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Raise your hand if you have any more comments on this motion. All right, looks like we are ready to conduct a vote. Mr. Nguyen.
Yes. Commissioner Awcheck,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupuvar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
Yes,
Okay, the motion carries 6-0-1.
thank you very much. Okay, so that was Commissioner Alcheck. And if you want to move to the next set of comments, feel free. If you have additional comments, feel free to raise your hand. I see Commissioner Lowing's hand is raised. I don't know if that's left over from your comments on that motion, or if you want to take another stab at it. Okay. Would anyone like to speak on perhaps the findings, or raise your hands, guys and gals? Mr. Heckman, thank you very much.
I wasn't anxious to go first, but since no one was stepping up, I didn't want us to spend time waiting. So I will. So we're, oops, hold on a minute. So moving to this issue of findings. And I do have some remarks, and wave at me if I hit the 5-minute mark. I don't think I will, but I might. So as I did with the conditions, I earlier submitted a set of what I consider minor cleanup changes to the findings, with the hope that eventually tonight we can agree to incorporate all of those into the draft findings that we recommend to the City Council. Turning to the CUP findings, and incidentally, I'm hoping the commissioners saw that in the interim since our November 4th meeting, I submitted just the language of the, not the language, but the concepts of the changes I'm about to recommend to the findings, so that you all could see them, and so that to the extent any of them were viewed favorably by a majority of the commission, staff could be thinking about how to turn that into actual language. So the finding changes I'm going to discuss tonight they're all listed on that document. Here I'm going to add some color and some explanation to help the understanding of it. So I'm going to start with the CUP findings, and regarding those findings, CUP finding number 1, with the minor changes that I've proposed in my earlier submitted document.
I'm sorry, would you just reference packet pages while you're doing this?
Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Yeah, hold on a minute, gotta get it.
And I apologize, I didn't mean to throw you. I think it helps a lot for people out there.
I can do this.
Packet page 68 of today's packet.
We want to use today's, or let's see. Let me take a look.
If you're looking for the October 28th packet pages, it's the findings are on packet pages 25 through 29.
Yeah, and I'll mention that the document that I sent in with the minor changes, that was based on, those are packet pages 25 to 29. So I think it would be maybe more consistent if we refer to that range to tie everything together. So, all right, so then 25 to 29. All right, so CUP finding number 1, which is a lengthy multi-part finding to which I have made suggested minor changes. I think that with those minor changes, it's adequate and supported by substantial evidence, and I'm ready to support that finding. In CUP finding number 2, which is on packet page 27, in the middle of the page, I think in the first sentence after zoning designation, there needs to be a parenthetical referencing section 18.12.030, table 1, because that's where private educational facilities are listed as a use allowed with a CUP. Additionally, I think there should be a reference to the project's consistency with the applicable development and parking standards associated with this finding number 2. If you look at table 4.2 of the final EIR, it contains that analysis, but that related to the original project, not alternative number 4. And so what I would suggest is that table 4-2 from the FEIR be adapted by staff to apply to alternative number 4 and included in this finding. And in one of the staff reports, staff had actually contemplated doing that, and so they may already have it somewhere. And then finally, on condition 2, when I look at the purpose of, finding number 2, CUP finding number 2. So the purpose is discussing consistency with the comp plan and or the zoning ordinance, but the last sentence isn't tethered to either one. It's a statement that I think needs to be tied to the comp plan and or the zoning ordinance, since that's the subject of the finding. I mean, this is the last sentence is nice information, but we need to connect it to the purpose of the finding. So those are my suggested changes on the CUP findings. And actually, Chair Templeton, I think that's a good place for me to stop. Let's maybe talk about the CUP findings and then separately the variance findings.
Okay, are you making a motion to adopt your changes that you want support for?
Well, I'm actually, since I'm leading off,
I'm gonna wait.
There may be other comments or changes, and I don't, then if I've made some changes to finding 1, what happens if somebody else wants to make some different changes? So I think maybe a round of comments first. I'm happy to make a motion, but that's my thinking.
Okay, that's fine with me. I just remember last time we lost track because everybody had minor modifications and it was hard by the time we came back. So just want to make sure you've thought that through. Okay, so thank you for those comments, and let's go to Commissioner Olczyk next.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. I agree with everything Commissioner Heckman just said. I would have liked it a little bit more if you had specified the language that you would have adopted at the end of that paragraph. Well, only because it would have brought me closer to understanding your intent. But I feel the same way that he does about the findings that he discussed, and I don't have additional comments to make about them. And I think it's probably worth it for me to say that, so that you guys know where I'm at, and particularly if Commissioner Heckman will come back and make a motion.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Rutherford.
Talking to myself. I agree with Commissioner Heckman. I don't have additional comments. What you say makes sense to me.
All right. Commissioner Silla, followed by Templeton.
Okay, so the CUP findings, I can't make either 1 or 2. Let me talk about 2 first. I do agree that the use and location is conducted in a manner that is in accord with a comprehensive plan, but I do not think it meets the zoning ordinance in all ways. I think it's inconsistent. We had a lot of discussion about the basement, the parking garage, underground parking garage, FAR, and in which our attorney advisor said, you can disagree with the staff's interpretation of this. And I just can't find anything in the code that allows for the FAR parking garage to be not counted. The floor area, of the parking garage to not to be counted. We had one example, which I feel might have been a mistake, and no other examples were provided. So I can't make that part of that finding. And for finding one, I really can't make that either. And that is because enough people have decided that the increased use, enrollment or expansion of the school will hurt their general welfare and convenience. I am 100% happy for a project that replaces the buildings. The two schoolroom buildings are in really poor condition, and the classes in the basement aren't very pleasant. So I fully agree with that and would find no problem allowing them to replace that and renovate their site. But I just can't find that all of this is consistent with our code, everything that's being provided. I do not think there's other little things in this whole list of A through whatever it is, E or F, under finding one, for instance, tree removals and relocations. I do not believe that mature trees can be relocated with any assurance. I think the only trees that are like species size grown trees that you can really relocate are palm trees. And I think that we had a lot of concern about that. I do not think that, for instance, in F, relocating bus loading and unloading to the circle enhances the residential neighborhood compared to the existing conditions, because I mean, all the trucks and buses will still have to come through the neighborhood. So I just don't find it all to be true. And I think the CUP findings are pretty straightforward, and I just can't make them. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. I wanted to ask staff about in previous, I don't remember if it was the 4th or the 28th, but in a previous meeting, we discussed the inconsistencies between various governing documents around the parking facility. And I was wondering if you had a chance to look at what we would need to bring those different guidance to be more consistent. I think that would help me make the findings, but I'm concerned right now because we have different guidance on different documents, as Commissioner Suma mentioned.
That's a great question, Chair Templeton and Commissioner Suma. Ms. French or Mr. Late, did you want to address the consistency or the challenges perhaps with consistency regarding the parking garage governance?
I can certainly bring up the slides that we presented back in September, I think it was.
And
I'm more asking about the follow-up, you know, with the concerns we still had after viewing those slides.
I think, Amy, it's not as much about the content, but what have we done perhaps to address the inconsistency? Is that kind of the question, Chair?
Yes, that's exactly
and
the question.
How would we, going forward, know that those had been reconciled for the project in the future?
Well, certainly, you know, there's always an opportunity to modify our zoning codes to be specific. You know, the code is enables interpretation. That is part of our zoning code business as what we do. We read the code, we find it where it's precise, and there's other areas where it's less precise. And so what do we do going forward? We can certainly, you know, have direction from council to modify our code to be precise and to eliminate all garages in the R1 zone for any kind of use. That would be something the council could direct us to do.
I don't think we're suggesting to eliminate all garages in the R1 zone, Ms. French. I don't think that's the question. Do you
okay,
mean
I don't
underground
understand.
Parking facilities? Do you mean underground parking facilities?
Isn't that what you're saying? Underground parking facilities?
That's what I'm saying. I believe you maybe said all garages.
No, I meant all.
Oh,
well, so
okay.
garages are above grade for single family homes in the R1 zone. Underground parking facilities are not prohibited in the R1 zone when they're not for single family homes. That's our interpretation. We stand by that. If the council, in receiving this recommendation, staff's recommendation on how to interpret our codes, they can decide to direct us to modify our code and come back and interpret, or have an actual code that says the below grade parking facilities for non-residential should count towards gross floor area. They can direct that.
Does that address your concerns? I think the code today is what it is. And to Ms. French's point, we would need to either be directed to or work on bringing forward such a change to reconcile any of the perceived conflicts or inconsistencies.
Yeah, I think that's what I was getting at last time was more, do we need to bring these into harmony in order to make the findings? In my feeling, that would be helpful for me. It sounds like that's not staff's recommendation. And I just wanted to have an official response to that request from last time. And it's fine if we disagree, that happens. But I just wanted to make sure we followed up on that thread.
I'll just make one note, if you don't mind, Chair. So I think we acknowledge that there's some interpretation taking place here. And we, in fact, have asked the Planning Transportation Commission to sort of weigh in on that in your deliberation. And so we welcome additional feedback or guidance. In fact, the commission can make a recommendation, a motion to the city council that we make that change to the code so that there is some clarity. And so we, that's an option that's available. We didn't there's been a series of continued meetings, and so we didn't have a new recommendation, but we can certainly expand upon this in our staff report to city council when they receive it, to note and document the commission's sort of dialogue around this issue.
Yes, that's great. I think it would be helpful. I continue to be concerned about the implications. We're already seeing the only example of an underground parking facility being used to justify a potential second example of an underground parking facility in R1. I'm just concerned about implications, and when people are looking at the different documents that aren't consistent, it does leave that room for interpretation in a way that maybe it was intended to do, as Ms. French noted, or maybe it's an inconsistency that needs to be closed. So I think that would be great to highlight for council. Thank you. All right, so let's move to the queue here. We've got Commissioner Heckman, followed by Alcheck. Are these the same? Are your hands still up? If you're in the queue, okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Let's go to Commissioner Lowy. Thank you.
I thought I was further back in the queue. Is there one preliminary question on the stuff that you write up front about minor alterations of the gun building, retention of 2 Emerson residential structures? Is that just to sort of tell you what's not going to get changed? Is that why that's there? I guess I'm asking Ms. Tanner that, or maybe it's Ms. French. Just before the CUP findings, there's just like 6 sort of random bullet points, and so I didn't know how that.
And can you state the packet page you're looking at, just so we can
It's the original packet page 25, right under attachment A, draft cup and variance findings.
Okay. And Ms. French or Mr. Lake, can you, they're the authors of the staff report, and so would want to refer to their intention with that.
It's a minor point. I'm just wanting to understand what I'm reading here.
No, it's good. It's good to clarify.
I think what's going on here is that this is these findings and conditions are related to the project alternative 4 as opposed to the project as it was originally presented. And so these bullet points sort of reiterate and amplify the fact that this is regarding the alternative, the project alternative, and not the the base project.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
And then just as long as I'm on that, the second bullet point is retention of 2 Emerson residential structures. And I remember from an earlier meeting that those were going to be they were somehow constrained. I mean, they couldn't rent them out, or is that specified somewhere?
These are separate parcels, no longer part of the proposal going forward. So those are single family dwellings on separate parcels as part of alternative 4.
But what's the plan? Are they going to rent them out or what?
Well, we'd have to ask the applicant about that, but I will draw your attention to condition 13 on what I have as packet page 33, where it makes clear that the 2 residential properties are not associated or a part of the school.
That's what I was referring to, but I couldn't find it. So
sure.
Okay. So on the CUP, on the CUP, I actually associate myself pretty closely with Commissioner Suma. I just think that this whole enrollment conversation that we just had just puts a lot of risk on the project. Everybody wants it to work, Castellea, staff, neighbors, commissioners, but we just don't know. And with our discussion that we just had, we're not going to get 4 of us willing to not take as big a risk. So I think that has impact on events. I think it definitely has impact on a number of places here. These enhanced TDM program and mitigation measures are plans. And I grant that the current protection measures to ensure survival of trees are being followed. So I can't fault on that, although there's going to be loss of canopy there. On the second one, I think the intention to improve with existing TDMs, we've been talking about all night. That's a very honest intention. And I think the comprehensive plan is in good shape. But with what we've just done in the CUP, at this point, I can't make either of those findings, particularly number 1. That's all.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Altshuler.
Can I encourage you, Commissioner Heckman, to formulate a motion? I think there may be support for it, and I think it would really help us proceed.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I think there's only 2 findings here, and I think the cleanest way to do it is to make 2 motions, one for each of the 2 CUP findings. And I want to start with CUP finding number 1. But before I can do that, I need staff to tell me in CUP finding 1C subpart L what they replace the word toads with.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so toads is the condition was toads only 114 net new daily trips. And that should be
26.
Yes, it should be increases the number of daily trips to 114 net new daily trips.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I will move the staff recommendation version of CUP finding number 1 with the changes I had earlier submitted to subpart 1C F 2 little I 1E second bullet, and the change staff has just described to 1C subpart L.
Second.
I don't think that's C subpart L. Is that possibly D subpart L?
Oh,
It's
you're
D.
right. Actually,
Yeah.
both of my C's were D's. It was up at the top of the page. I didn't see it. So it's 1D subpart F 2 little I, D, L, and E. Second bullet.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Templeton.
I'd like to second that, Chair Templeton.
Okay, thank you. I see hands up. If you are planning to speak to this motion, I'll go through in order. Commissioner Lowing. Oh, you stick your hand up. All right. Oh, look at you guys. Excellent. Okay. Do either the maker or the seconder want to speak more about
I
that?
think we had a pretty robust discussion. I'm fine. Continue.
Great. Okay. Anyone want to make additional comments? Now's your chance. Okay. Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the vote.
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
No.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Commissioner Heckman, back to you.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion regarding CUP finding number 2. And with,
Hold on, I'm sorry. Do either Commissioner Lowing or Suma want to speak to their no votes? Sorry about that.
I will.
Okay.
So yeah, unfortunately, there were just too many inconsistencies, and and not explained to my satisfaction by staff. As a matter of fact, I think some members of the public did a really good job of explaining them, and I also worry that we're going to put ourselves in a situation where there might potentially be, not that I have any information about this, but litigation on this project would, on this, on some of these issues, which could hold the project up for years and years if that happens. So, and I certainly couldn't make the CUP, the findings based on the enrollment and event numbers that the majority wanted.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Lowing, do you want to speak? You're good. Okay, back to you, Commissioner Heckman. My apologies.
thank you. So turning to CUP finding number 2, I move that we recommend to the City Council the staff recommended version of finding number 2 with the following changes. The 2 indicated in my earlier document, which are replacing the word private with the word the, and removing the underlining from the provision. Then in the first sentence after zoning designation, adding a parenthetical reference to section 18.12.030 table 1. Then to be created by staff a reference to the project's consistency with the applicable development and parking standards, including a table analogous to table 4-2 of the final EIR, but related, applying to the facts of project alternative number 4. And finally, as to the last sentence of finding CUP finding number 2 at Commissioner's Alchek, suggestion I have scribbled some language here to add after the word operations at the end of the sentence, replace the period with a comma and add in a manner that is consistent with the intent and provisions of the comprehensive plan and the purposes of the zoning ordinance. That's the motion.
All right, is that it for the motion? Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Either of you want to speak further to this motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. You're the only hands I see raised. So if any other commissioners want to speak to this motion before voting, please raise your hand. I will at least speak to this. I do not intend to support this motion because of the inconsistencies in the underground parking structure / garage conversation, which I do not feel have been sufficiently resolved to my satisfaction. And I see that as a big departure from what other properties in the area are allowed to do. And so I just don't feel like it is consistent on those fronts. I could be persuaded if it looks like if council, for staff has suggested council needs to be the one to initiate that. If they were to make it clear on what the guidance is in those direction, I think that would be better for us, but it's not currently consistent because neither of the documents are consistent. So that is my comment. Commissioner Suma, I see your hand raised, and Commissioner Alchek, did you want to speak? Okay. Commissioner Suma and then Commissioner Alchek.
I think Commissioner Alchek was first ahead of me.
He's already spoken, so please take your turn. He'll
No,
go
okay.
after you.
Thank you. I just wanted to support you in that I'm not there yet with thinking that that is supported by our zoning ordinance, the counting of the floor area in the parking garage. And I also am fairly troubled by a consistent inconsistency in the square feet being replaced, especially regarding a late submission we got from a member of the public today with 4 city documents that suggested a lower number. So yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Okay. I hope I can take a few minutes here to suggest to you my perspective on this in an effort to convince you to consider this a second time before we vote. I've had some experience with confusing code interpretation. I say that because that's literally my professional experience. When I worked as a real estate and land use attorney for the large firms that I worked for, we would spend a great deal of time evaluating code language in an effort to really drill it down and understand the nuance. And what I would suggest to you is that there is one thing that almost every code, zoning code in California has in common, which is there are areas where clarity there could be more clarity. That is an inherent problem in our zoning code. It is actually the justification for things like the annual code cleanup that Palo Alto attempts to engage in. One of the things that there are guidelines in how attorneys often interpret code. Sometimes they'll use, sometimes they'll look to see if the language is specific as opposed to general, if it's exclusive as opposed to inclusive. What I would suggest to you is that our code is inherently and completely specific as to limit the opportunity to have an underground garage in an R1 for residential homes. It's a big component. I'm not 100% sure. My theory is that it took place somewhere in the mid 90s because there are some homes that were built in the 90s that have below grade garages, particularly a couple on Churchill. But my point is that the code is very specifically specifies that for a single family home in the R1, an underground garage is not permitted, not permissible. Our code also has there's a lot of language regarding whether the square footage of a garage should count to FAR. And presumably at some point, it wasn't counted towards FAR. And what that meant was that people built their homes to the maximum of the FAR, and they were encouraged to have 2 or 3 car garages, which increased the entire size of the home. And ultimately, I believe that the code changed to address that problem by saying, no, 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 we're counting the FAR in your garage. And that ultimately created a trend in our community where people started building 1-car garages, reducing the size of garages. There may have been a time when that was different, but today there's a strong trend to have these single-car garages, and that's because that's FAR you could use in other places. So then comes the third element. This is also relatively new, this concept of below grade improved areas. And the code treats them as not particularly counted towards FAR because the rationale is actually not important. It's not even provided. There is no clear rationale. There's no statement in our code that says we don't care about below grade basements because we can't see them. It doesn't say that. It just says very clearly that below grade single family improvements don't count towards the total FAR. I think where the nuance here is this notion that what applies to a single family home in an R1 necessarily applies to a non-single family home in an R1. And this is actually what's so complicated about our zoning, which is that we don't zone a parcel for a school. And so we create I'm not disagreeing with you, we create an undeniable conflict here because wait a minute, we do allow underground garages for all sorts of commercial and industrial uses. And a school is not a school, a synagogue, a church. These are not residential environments. One time I heard council discuss underground garages, and someone suggested that maybe one of the reasons why they stopped allowing them in the mid 90s was because when people back out of underground garages, it creates a danger for people walking on the sidewalk. It's a very different execution, an underground garage under a single family home in a small lot than an underground garage in a big parking facility that has a very different execution. And so what I would suggest to you is that it's one thing to suggest that our code actually has a conflict with itself. It's another thing to suggest that there are inconsistencies in the way we approach single family homes and other types of development. We approach them differently. We don't force other types of improvements other than single family homes to have the restriction, no underground garages. And then by that very same token, in single family homes, you can't have an underground improved area that extends past the perimeter of your home. That is another requirement. That limitation doesn't specifically apply to non-single family homes in R1. And that's the crux of this situation. So that it's not that the city staff just interpreted it like they chose to implement this in a different way. The language doesn't give them the footing to say, wait a minute, you can't build a garage underground in R1, even if you're a school. It doesn't say that. And the failure to say that is determinative. And then the last thing I would say to you is, I would suggest to you 2 things. I don't know that I would support a motion, for example, that added the recommendation that council make the determination that underground garages shouldn't be allowed in an R1 for the use of non-residential purposes. Because I think that the example that was referenced, the Calumet example, which does 2 things for this staff interpretation. Number 1, that garage extends beyond the perimeter of the building. That's important because this one does too. And there's nothing that specifically says you can't do that. And the second thing is that it didn't count towards FAR, which again, I think they're applying the same logic here, which I think they're in their right to do it. And what I would suggest to you is I wouldn't support that because I think the execution of that synagogue in that neighborhood, and I would suggest to you the execution of this school's improvement in this neighborhood are benefited by that flexibility of being able to build in an R1 underground parking, because the concerns regarding underground parking for a site like this are not the same as the concerns people may have for an underground parking facility in a single family home context. And so I would suggest to you that I would suggest to you that the complexity of the code and the way that it sometimes appears to conflict with itself because it doesn't apply every rule to every type of project in the same way has allowed the code to essentially serve as a scapegoat for somehow allowing this project in a way that it shouldn't have been allowed. And I'm not suggesting to you garages are good, garages are bad, underground, they shouldn't be counted, they should be counted. What I'm suggesting to you is in the absence of code saying we're supposed to count that FAR, or in the absence of code saying you can't extend beyond the perimeter of a non-residential building in an R1, in the absence of that, I don't think we have I don't think it's fair to suggest that the code is somehow being subverted. And so I generally agree with you that we should say specifically what you can do. The problem is that if you design a code to be, we are going to tell you only what you can do, then you constantly get applications where like, well, can I do this? Can I do that? You didn't say I can do this. Can I do this? So sometimes they say what you can't do. And ultimately that leads to confusion. And I think it's sort of the planning department's ultimate responsibility to correct that. And I imagine they will. I imagine that there's going to be another project, wherever, and they'll say, well, can we have an underground parking facility? Multifamily housing is an example of something that could happen now in R1. And it may not qualify as a limitation on underground parking. I can't say for sure, because maybe that single family limit doesn't apply to multifamily. I don't know. But I guess what I'm trying to say is it's pretty complex. And my hope is that we don't essentially punish the applicant for following the rules that exist as they're written. And I would suggest that this is where leaning on the city attorney is so important, because they are ultimately the best interpreters of the code. And so I would encourage you to consider that. And if that changes your mind, great. If it doesn't, I still think that's okay. But I just wanted you to know that, like, I share your sentiment and the frustration. I think many people do, but this is part and parcel with the sort of work that is involved with this side of development.
Thank you, Commissioner Alchek. Commissioner Lowing, followed by Vice Chair Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Templeton, I think you're right on point with this issue. And I think it's perfectly fine to, for example, on this, to send this finding, let's say it's 3-3. The choices are pretty simple. You can do a code cleanup. You can count it as FAR, or you can say, you probably shouldn't do the garage. But that's not something for us to opine on tonight or even decide on. I think we should have expressed our issues there, and I think we can pass those issues on to council for adjudication. So I would agree with you on your comments.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I tend to, thank you for all the debate. I do tend to defer to our city attorney, given his experience. So one more time, City Attorney Yang, you explained it last time and it really resonated with me. And I just want to hear it one more time to make sure like I fully understand, because now it's been some time. There's now been questions raised. So I want to hear it like one more time. Could you please tee this up and explain it quickly again, if that's okay?
Yeah, so I think that there are, two, I guess, primary issues that come up around this, underground parking garage, parking facility. The first is like, can it be underground? And are underground garages prohibited in the R1? And I don't think that there's any real ambiguity in the code there. Underground garages are prohibited in R1 for single family. They are not prohibited in R1 for non-residential. The other issue is, should this be counted as FAR? And I think it's murkier there. The code says in R1 districts that garages are counted as FAR, but then it very clearly specifies when we use the word garage, we mean a parking structure that is associated with the residential use. So from my perspective, that means that a non-residential parking structure does not fall into that category. But the code doesn't tell us what to do with non-residential parking structures. It doesn't say whether or not non-residential parking structures should be counted towards FAR. And so the only other place that we, looked to find some guidance in the code was what the code says about basements. And it says that basements don't count as FAR in the R1 zone. And I think that's probably where a lot of people get tripped up. That's where this issue of like, can it extend beyond the footprint comes from, because the code says that that's an issue when you're talking about basements.
Got it. So it's silent. So the code is silent. It just says that you can't do it. It only applies to residential use, and therefore thereafter it's silent. There's nothing in our code that says anything about whether it can happen or not. So that doesn't even mean no. And now in order for us to get greater guidance, we're looking at something in parallel. So now I get what you're, I get it. So it's totally makes sense to me. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I would say, I think that, the primary issue of interpretation is around whether it should count as FAR. And, in that area, we went with what we had previously done with the Colomet Synagogue.
Precedent.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's all.
Yeah, and that's why we relied on precedent to give us guidance.
Right.
And that precedent
then raises these questions about, okay, should it really be thought of as a basement, and can it be allowed to extend beyond the footprint of the building?
But we just went with the best guidance and precedent that we had, and this is what it leads to us.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That was extremely helpful for me.
All right, thank you. Any other comments before we take a vote? Okay, Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the vote.
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
No.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Chair Templeton.
No. No.
Okay, with a vote of 3-3-1, Albert, can you clarify if that passes?
Yes, I think Mr. Yang can. And Albert, can you explain what happens with this item and with this motion based on that in relation to the entire project and its progress forward?
So the motion does not carry, but we also don't have a recommendation, right? That's not a recommendation for not being able to make this finding. So the commission needs to continue its work until it can make a recommendation.
Thank you. And commissioners, that work could continue through discussion this evening. It could continue at
Chair
a date when
Templeton,
there are 7 commissioners present to have a vote that goes one direction or the other.
Can I make an alternative motion?
Hold
Okay.
on. Could Ms. Tanner please repeat? I couldn't hear with your interruption. Please wait.
I was just saying that, as Albert said, to continue our work, and so the commission could continue the work tonight, such as Commissioner Alchek making a motion or other motions that have a majority to go one direction or the other. That could also include continuing the work on a date when there are 7 commission members that might also have a motion, have a majority vote one way or the other.
I see. Okay, thank you. All right, is that why your hand is up? Is there additional comments you want to make, Ms. Tan?
That was it. I'll lower my hand. Sorry about that.
Okay, great. I see, I heard you, Commissioner Alchek, but I see Commissioner Lowing's hand up, and then I will go to you. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah. So I'd really like to get clarification on that comment from our attorney, because in the past, in my 4 years, there have been items that we have basically tied on, and they went on to council with all of the comments, and that was sufficient. So why would it not be sufficient on this particular item? So we've debated, we've given arguments on all sides, and that's how it came out.
So I guess if there were a motion to forward the absence of a recommendation to the council, there's just no action by the commission at this point. You need to have a motion that carries.
Well, we're always making recommendations, and the recommendation on 1 was one way and 2 was another way.
I think I can help. Commissioner Lowing, we voted on the CUP finding number 2 and whether we supported it, but we didn't then follow with the recommendation to council, which would be a separate motion because we split 1 and 2, and we have additional items to consider before we're done with the work, including the variance findings. So does that address your question?
So you're saying that on CUP item 1, we've decided we're sending that to council because of the vote, but on CUP item 2, we're not going to without another vote?
Yes, there's been no action on CUP finding number 2.
Well, there's been a lot of action. There hasn't been a definitive action.
Well, there's been no action by the commission.
Right. So I'm just saying, are you saying that we can then make another motion that we just want to send the 3-3 to council?
Yes.
Okay. And Chair Templeton, when do you want that motion?
I think Commissioner Alchek is ahead of you in the motion making line, but you are next in queue. Would that be acceptable?
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Alchek, followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, so what I would suggest is, because I actually, and Chair Templeton, I'm really looking for your second here, because in the end, or Commissioner Lowing or Commissioner Suma in that regard, because that's the goal here is to sort of move forward. So what I would suggest is that we put forward the same language that Commissioner Heckman had drafted, because I think the language he used with I understand that we don't have agreement on whether or not we can make the finding that there's a consistency here with underlying zoning, but I still think that the changes he made, 18.2.030, that remark, the addition at the conclusion of the sentence, operations, comma, in a manner, I think you guys know what I'm getting at. What I'd like to do is put forward that motion and then say that we recommend that council review this finding in the absence of a majority agreement among the commissioners present at the time. And so it preserves the language, the work that Commissioner Heckman did, and it demonstrates that we are comfortable essentially moving this project to the city council level without conclusively making this finding in the absence of a majority.
I would prefer, if you want the language to be voted separately, then we can have a discussion around what to do next. I don't know why we have to tie those together, and I think that was maybe a flaw of the first motion.
Oh, I did not. Okay, so just to be clear, the language that was changed was the reference to the table that I think is inaccurate here. So correcting that reference, not inaccurate, but referring to the wrong EIR. We wanted staff to refer to the correct project within the EIR. Or let me rephrase that. I think you said reference to the project consistency, including a table that is analogous to 4.2. Am I getting it right? Yeah. So the idea here was to correct the language of this so that it accurately reflects what I think it's trying to say. But let me put it this way. I don't think actually that even makes a difference. If we don't have agreement on this, then maybe what I would suggest is that we move that in the absence of an ability to gain a majority agreement on the consistency of the zoning with the, is it safe to assume that you're conflicted only on the FAR issue, or are you conflicted on the underground part too?
The underground part.
Both.
Yeah, I did not get a chance to speak to my.
Okay. Well, I guess I would say then, in the absence of being able to find consistency with the underground parking facility and our zoning, in the absence to get a majority, we were unable to make the finding on number 2, but we were satisfied with moving that item to City Council. Would you support a motion like that?
Potentially, let me provide an alternative scenario. We do have many pages more of, it's just 2 pages more of the variance findings. And I don't know how long that discussion will go, but we do have the opportunity to finish.
I'll show my cards if you, I'll show my cards if you will. I don't have comments to make on the variance findings. Maybe it would help if you heard from some of the other commissioners whether they have lots of comments to make. I would argue if you had 4 commissioners who don't have lots of comments to make on the variance findings, then we probably don't have a lot ahead of us. And I say this, and I'm making this motion not because I don't think that, for example, Commissioner Riggs's presence, if we were even to have 7, it's not a guarantee at our next meeting, wouldn't help essentially break this. But it's not just that we need a tiebreaker. It's that we need an affirmative tiebreaker to move this forward. And what I think is, as a recommending body, it's not a flaw to say we struggled with this finding and we would like the council to sit with it and understand why we had difficulty making the finding. If, for example, we were making a determination and that this finding carried on the project, I think it would be different. But since we're just a body that's advising council, I don't think we actually have to make the finding. We can just move the finding, if you will, which is different. That's why I'm making this motion now, not to essentially stop further debate, but to suggest that it's even more instructive, I think, to City Council that we struggled with it than if, for example, Commissioner Riggs were to join us and we passed it 4-3. It wouldn't be as indicative of maybe the message that you, for example, want to pass on. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Did your motion get a second?
That depends on you.
It looks like Commissioner Lowing has a comment. Did you want to speak?
I think I pretty much did, and I agree with what Commissioner Alchek just said, is that it kind of shows the concern around that, and I don't think that there's, I never want to obviate our responsibility, but in this case, we spent a long time debating it, studying it, 3 hearings, and this is where we're coming out. Okay.
Please raise your hand if you want to speak to this motion before we vote. Commissioner Sumar.
Okay. I was a little unclear about the actual wording of the motion, and I think it would be if Commissioner Alchek could repeat it. I would be most comfortable if it was just general and said inconsistent with the zoning ordinance. But I'm not sure exactly what he.
I can try one more time to repeat it because maybe that would help get a second. My motion would be that we recommend that the city council review the second finding in the absence of a majority recommendation by the commission, because the commission was unable to secure a majority agreement, specifically with respect to the issue of the consistency that the parking facility has with the zoning code. And the reason why I would suggest that that would be the way to go is because it creates clarity for the commission on the precise thing that really divided this discussion, and it moves the item on to them.
Thank you. And Commissioner allowing that wording is still fine with you as a seconder. Excellent. So Commissioner Suma, back to you.
No, I don't have any other comments. Thanks.
Okay, great. Commissioner Heckman?
Really a request for a clarification in the motion that Commissioner Alchek has just described and Commissioner Lowing has seconded. What, if anything, happens to any of the 5 changes that were part of the last motion that deadlocked at 3-3?
So I would have preferred to the what I would call edits that you made to be incorporated into the finding. But what I would suggest to you is that I think staff would edit that finding to be to incorporate those statements. But I think even if they don't, basically what this motion is asking the council to do is to review the discussion we just had. And my hope is that they would look at the discussion we just had and say, why did this get held up? Why couldn't they come to a conclusion? And I think what they would see is that it wasn't because of the edits that you made in particular. I think it was because they couldn't build consensus among 6 people regarding the consistency of a parking facility not having counted FAR and being underground in an R1 neighborhood.
I don't have a problem including those edits. They are not, you know, they're correcting errors. You'd have to check with your secondary, Commissioner Alchek.
Well, it's not, I'm not making that finding. Okay. So I'm actually not making a finding here, right? I'm
okay.
Can anybody read it? Yeah.
Hold on just a second.
Maybe if you could have someone read it back to you.
Is there another way for Commissioner Heckman? I'm asking staff, is there another way for Commissioner Heckman to incorporate his edits? If we vote on this motion and it passes, can he then make another motion to incorporate his edits or no?
He can. I don't think it's necessary. His, you know, his suggestions are straightforward and well taken. So
okay,
we'll work with them.
Commissioner Heckman, are you satisfied with that?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Any more hands? Any more discussion before we vote? All right. I appreciate this. I'll give my comment and then we'll go to a vote. I appreciate this motion and I think it's the right thing to do. You know, we do have concerns about this area and we have had them for months. We've discussed them every time it's come up before the PPC, and really we've done as much as we can to bring light to it, and it's now going to go on to council with these comments. So I appreciate the chance to share the concerns and the observations, and also to send it forward because it has been a long time waiting. This project has. So okay, let's please conduct a vote. Mr. Nguyen.
Commissioner Alchek?
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing?
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar?
We couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Yes, I'm talking to myself again. Sorry. Yes.
Commissioner Suma?
Yes.
Chair Templeton?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0-1.
Thank you very much. All right, it is 10:20. It's time for a check-in. We do still have variance findings. It is just 2 pages. We've heard from one of our commissioners that it is, oh, I don't know which one I'm looking at. Commissioner Alchek said that he anticipates having limited comment on this and that we might be able to complete tonight, but I'd like to hear from the other commissioners briefly, think like 1 minute or less, about whether you want to continue this discussion and potentially finish this item tonight. So, Commissioner Heckman, followed by Vice Chair Rupivar.
All right, I meant to, that my hand was up from earlier, but
now it's you.
Yeah, I guess so. So I've got more than 60 seconds worth of comments on the variance findings.
Oh, that's okay. Just kind of approximate how much you have in 1 minute or less.
Oh, approximately 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. All right. Okay. Vice Chair Rupivar.
Very limited comments. I think I can wrap this up tonight if everyone else can too.
All right. Commissioner Suma, Commissioner Lowing, would you like to chime in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think 10 minutes, depending on how much detail folks want to go into.
All right.
But I'd love to get 5 minutes before we do this.
Well, let's do that. You're up. Do it. Commissioner Lowing.
No, I was saying I'd love to get a 5-minute break before we start.
Yeah. Oh, 5-minute break. Thank you for clarifying that. You can see I am also very tired at this time of night. So sounds like we're prepared to continue. Let's be back with cameras on by 10:28, and we'll have a little buffer there and we can start our meeting as soon as everybody arrives, but that should be no later than 10:30. Okay, see y'all in a few.
Great.
Welcome back, everybody. Commissioner Heckman and Vice Chair Rupivar, do you still have your hands up, or is that from a previous? Let me know if you're queuing. All right. All right, we're almost all here. So once we have everyone returned, I think that's all the commissioners at least. Looks like everybody managed to get a snack. That's good. All right, so our queue is cleared. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak next. And I will go in order.
I'll go if no one else wants to go first.
I was gonna say, you guys wanted to continue going tonight, so let's see that energy.
No one wants to go first. I'll go first.
Thanks, Commissioner Suma.
Do you want to do them one at a time? Is that the variances? Findings? Do you want to do them one at a time?
That worked pretty well on the last one, so if you want to, we could do that model.
Okay, so variance finding number 1. I cannot make this in that I do not think, well, I'll go down the bullet points. I think the first bullet point, which says because it's such a big lot, the lot size, it can't support the physical requirements of a private school and was not created with conditionally permitted private school uses in mind. I think the amount of time that Castellea has successfully been there and the hundreds and hundreds of people that we've heard from who say how great the school is makes that bullet point kind of hard to swallow. I sent you all, and this is probably my colleagues that are all land use attorneys know the Topanga case inside out, but it was brought up 2 years ago, actually, by the attorney for the concerned neighbors, or the neighbors that oppose the project. And in reading it, it makes it very clear that the size of the lot cannot be taken into consideration for a variance. And I also find that I do not find that the school is harmed by the size of the lot. And I am very concerned that giving them a higher FAR than all the other R1 lots around them and around the city will create unfairness. And in fact, kind of goes into the second finding, but it's relevant to both. I find that everybody would want, when redeveloping, would want that FAR. So I cannot make finding number 1.
All right. I liked Commissioner Suma's suggestion that we all chime in about finding number 1 and then go around to the next one after we've discussed that. So would anyone else like to chime in on finding number 1? Please raise your hand. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I will. I found this admittedly very complex, and I had to go through it a lot of times in the last 2 meetings. But in general, I agree with what Commissioner Suma has said, and then the last point there that I don't think she specifically commented on. It seems like they wanted certain special circumstances because they were a school, and then at the end they wanted special circumstances because they're not like other property owners at only 10,000. So I thought that last question about depriving Castellia School of privileges enjoyed by other owners was not accurate. Obviously, there are no schools there, and therefore it kind of almost even creates a precedent for other people with 10,000 square foot lots. So it's too difficult for me to make this finding.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. I would love to hear a little bit from staff on this. I also was kind of hung up on this bullet. I don't know how it's detrimental to Castellia, and if the subsequent sentences to that phrase is explaining it, it's not quite coming through. Does anyone from staff want to speak to that a little bit more and help us understand the rationale?
Certainly. We'll look to Amy French, who's been leading the project, and Director Late, who's been supporting her to help explain that. And maybe you can also remind the packet page you're on so we can make sure that they're looking at the same version and same bullet points that you are.
Packet page 28. Thank you so much.
Great. And I saw Albert come on. Did you want to address that?
I just wanted to clarify, is it the first bullet that you're asking about?
I personally am asking about the third bullet that says the extreme disparity in lot sizes is detrimental to Castellia School.
Yeah, so I think the concept that's being reflected in the finding there is that because the R1 FAR regulations have a lower FAR for square footage and of lot size over the first 5,000 square feet. When you have a very large lot, a greater percentage of your lot is subject to that lower 0.3 FAR. So if you had a 10,000 square foot lot, which is the standard in that district, then half of your lot would have an FAR of 0.45 and half of the lot would have an FAR of 0.3. But when you have a lot that is 27 times that size, a much greater, almost the entire lot is subject to a 0.3 FAR in reality, as opposed to, a significant portion being.
How does that reconcile though with Castellia previously being 2 lots with a public right of way in between and taking over the public right of way and becoming the one big lot? That was their choice, right?
Yes, it was, but that also that occurred before an FAR even existed in the R1 district.
Correct.
So at that time, there was no implication of their doing that for, on what they could develop.
There was no implication on what could be developed when they went from 2 smaller lots to 1 big lot? But
Right.
you just said that that's the definition of it.
There
They
was
could
no
cross
FAR in place.
But there was no FAR in place at that time at all.
So there would have been no way at that time they could have known, well, if we do this, then in the future, this FAR will apply, because that was just not part of the structure of the way we regulated at that time. When
Do you mean FAR
vacation
limit?
happened.
Right. There was no FAR limit.
Okay. Thank
Sorry
you for clarifying. Yeah, it's late. And when did that change to the parcels occur? I didn't think it was that long ago. Did we not do that?
1992.
We didn't do FAR in 1992?
Oh, FAR became a thing in the R1 district in 1998. The parcels were merged in 1992 with the abandonment of that easement on Melville.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so it's the claim here in this bullet is that it's detrimental for them to have an oversized lot because they can't use it all, but they still brought all this stuff together, but they didn't know the implications at the time because of FAR not.
Without the FAR limit at that time, well, in the scenario that you're suggesting is that the FAR, you're suggesting that they could have thought about it ahead of time, but they couldn't have pre-thought that there would have been the limitation that's currently in place.
That helps me understand. All right,
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see who's the next speaker. No hands up. Oh, there they are. Commissioner Lowing, Commissioner Alcheck, Vice Chair Lukumar. Commissioner Lowing, you have the floor.
No, I'm sorry, I left my hand up from when I spoke earlier. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Alcheck, followed by Vice Chair.
Yeah. I hate to put you on the spot, but I am awaiting Commissioner Heckman's 3 to 4 minutes of comments because, as I said earlier, I don't have comments on these items. Particularly, I have no reservations about making this first finding. And I want to suggest that the FAR discussion that we just had is actually incredibly illuminating because it's the neighbors essentially can on average occupy half of their lot, right? That's essentially what we're saying here. And if you apply the same standard, then this parcel can't occupy even, what did you say, 1/27th of its lot? That's a significant discrepancy. Or I should say not 1/27th, it would have been 1/13th, if you will. Actually, I don't even know if that's right. It's probably a graded scale up to like 1/10th. But the point there is that I'm prepared to make these findings. I imagine, based on past experience of this, that there are some comments that Commissioner Heckman might want to make, and I'd be interested in hearing those because I believe that if he makes a motion, I can support it. So I feel that same way about the other findings here. And I would wonder if when he described his 3 to 4 minutes of comments, whether they applied to all 4 of the findings. And if they did, I would I implore the chair to allow him to have a discussion about all 4. And then if you wanted to do one motion at a time, which is how we did the last thing, then we could do that. But we did actually discuss the breadth of the findings in one section, and then we voted on them one at a time. And I think that would be a better use of time.
Sure, that's a great suggestion. You guys can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You got 5 minutes each. So that's fine with me. Vice Chair.
Sure. City Attorney Yang's explanations always resonate with me. I can definitely make this finding after hearing City Attorney Yang explain. It makes complete sense to me. Variances are typically where, you know, similar lots are treated differently. And in this case, it's clear to me that Castellet is. Usually it's interesting because you have like a lot with like an irregular shape or size, and that's why they're treated differently. And you see variances, or like when we saw that property come up because of the tree setback, In this instance, it's the greater size because they can't take advantage of the FAR proportionately impacts them more than it would a smaller lot, which can go like 0.45 and then 0.3 for like a small remaining piece. Here, that 0.3 applies to such a huge swath. So to me, it feels like, I mean, it makes sense why a variance for that first one makes sense to me. So I would be supportive.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification, Mr. Yang, is the understanding here that when these ratios were designed that there wasn't an anticipation of a property with a lot this size?
That's essentially, I think, what we're saying is that, you know, our zoning regulations are made with, you know, 90% of cases in mind, and variances exist for the other 10%.
Yeah, but you did say that the ratios were implemented after Castellet merged the parcels.
Yes.
So it wasn't that they couldn't anticipate it; they were just expecting variances to be requested.
Right. I guess it's not that, you know, we couldn't have possibly conceived of it. It's that we don't write the rules to cover every edge case.
Thanks, Commissioner Heckman.
All right, thank you, Chair Templeton. So I do have some prefatory remarks generally regarding variances before I get down to the findings. And some of this is reacting to a lot of things that I've heard, not just tonight, but really along the whole course from the neighbors and as well as other commissioners. So first, I want to clarify that variances do not involve a comparison to other properties where a variance was granted. In fact, the opposite is true. The variance process asks whether the variance is needed to put the property on equal footing with uses in the vicinity that were developed without the need for a variance. And so that's why this FAR discussion we've just had is relevant there, because the point is that the house across the street can build to an FAR of 0.42 with no variance. But Castellet can't, because of this, I believe, unintended consequence of the scaling back of the FAR on a magna scale. Next, I want to clarify that there are provisions at the beginning of the variance section in 1876-030A. Those are an expression of the purpose and intent of the variance process, but they are not findings required for the variance. The 4 findings are listed in subpart B of the ordinance, and those are the findings that we're looking at in attachment A to the staff report on packet pages 28 and 29. So consequently, while the discussion in some of this correspondence regarding the term substantial hardship, which you'll find in our ordinance in subpart A, may be intellectually interesting, it's not controlling, because hardship is not a required element of any of the 4 findings we have to make. And for what it's worth, I think it is a substantial hardship if the price you have to pay for the laudable effort of modernizing your legal building is to lose a significant part of the capacity of that building. Here, the variance that is being sought preserves Castellet's substantial property right to retain its existing entirely legal countable square footage. I did look at the Walnut Acres case that is cited in the letters from both attorneys, and I really don't think it's applicable here. It's not a variance case. In that case, the city of LA had a variance ordinance that did require a hardship finding, and a different ordinance regarding a particular kind of permit that had the same hardship finding requirement. The city granted a permit under the second ordinance, and the lawsuit was about the granting of that permit. Unlike the Los Angeles ordinance that required a hardship finding, Palo Alto's variance ordinance does not, nor do the state law variance findings on which Palo Alto's findings 1 and 2 are based. And while we're talking about cases, let me just mention Topanga for a minute. I'm very familiar with that because it's really the starting point of variance cases, but it's not the ending point. And what in Topanga, the three things. First, Topanga does not say that you can't count size. You don't look at size. In fact, it's the opposite. If you look at our finding number 1, you are supposed to look at size. And the reason that is in our finding number 1 is because that's what's in state law. State law specifically contemplates that size is a factor. What Topanga said is size isn't the only factor. You can't just say, okay, because you're large, that alone is sufficient. It's one factor among many. Second, the problem in Topanga, which was a very early case in the development of variance law, was that the city there didn't make findings. And here, we're wrestling now with the factual findings. So that's not an issue here. And finally, in Topanga, the issue was what to do with a vacant piece of property. That's not our issue here. We're not seeking a variance to build on an undeveloped land square footage. We are looking to retain square footage that existed before the codes and now would be limited by the codes. So it's a very different factual situation from Topanga. So and my last prefatory comment is that, and this really ties into something Commissioner Alchek said earlier, that even if it's not in explicitly in our zoning code, it is littered in the case laws that look at this issue. The purpose and intent of limitations on floor area ratio and gross floor area are to address visible bulk and mass. That's why in Palo Alto and virtually every other jurisdiction, below grade facilities, including residential basements, aren't counted in measuring FAR and gross floor area, because they don't contribute to visible bulk and mass. You can't see them. They don't have a visual impact. All right, so turning to finding number 1, and let me just focus on finding number 1 because that's all we're talking about right now. I think the key special circumstance applicable to this property and related directly to the variance request is the existing 116,000 square feet of building. Variance law is clear that you consider the built environment as well as the natural environment. And because of that, the question we're facing on this variance is not, can the school get 113,000 square feet that did not previously exist, but rather, can the school keep 113,000 square feet that did? So with the addition of that recognition of the existing square footage as, I guess, a 4th bullet, and then a minor change that I proposed to the 3rd bullet, which just adds the word lot up to make it factually more correct, then I think finding 1 is adequate and supported by substantial evidence, and I can make that finding.
Right, I don't see any hands up to follow you, so if you do want to speak, please raise your hand. I like the idea of adding that 4th bullet. I think that's very compelling, and that would bring me into support of variance finding number 1. It is important to be able to replace the existing buildings, so I see what you're getting at there. So thank you also for the background. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. So a couple of things. And one is we had pretty compelling information in a communication from a member of the public and supplied by city documents saying that the actual existing square feet to be replaced is 99,831, which is over what the FAR would allow, which is at 81 and some change number. And I'm absolutely in favor of allowing them to keep all that, but I would really like a really clear explanation of this new information. And I wasn't able, this just came to us last couple of days, I think. So I don't feel that that last bullet would be appropriate at all. And it doesn't help me to agree with this if what's being replaced is actually should be 99 and not 116 or 113 thousand. So that's a problem for me. And I do know that our code about variances, and I'm not going to argue with a land use attorney about Topanga Canyon, but just that other land use attorneys don't necessarily agree, I think, including one that has communicated with us. But I still am not convinced that bullet 1, 2, and 3, and even the new proposed bullet is actually, I mean, I'm not saying we have definitive information about the 116 is all I'm saying. And I do want to note that, you cannot grant a variance for a condition on a property that was made by the owner or previous owner. So I don't see it as a hardship. Of course they have to be, if they want to be a school, which is a conditional use in R1, of course they're going to probably be in a larger property unless they're a very small school. We have some of those too. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. I see Commissioner Rupavar and Heckman have their hands raised. Are those historic? Any other commissioners wish to speak? Commissioner Alcheck.
I'd love to hear Commissioner Bart's thoughts on condition 2, 3, and 4, so that I can make a motion on condition 1. So if that's all right, I think it would be beneficial to have those comments.
I appreciate that. I would also say that while
I say that because I have no additional comments to make on 2, 3, and 4.
I think that's fine. I just want to let you know, because you mentioned this, that people still did have comments, even though we did it in a different order last time. So it's going to be a wash either way. Don't stress out about it. We're going to get to it. Commissioner Suma, you just went, so I'm guessing that's a legacy hand up. Commissioner Alcheck, you just went. Commissioner Lowing, Commissioner Heckman, raise your hand if you want to speak. Commissioner Heckman, feel free to discuss whatever you want to discuss. You are not constrained.
Okay, I'm oops, uh-oh. Now I've lost the video here, so I hope I can find you again. There you are. All right, so I don't have anything further to say on finding number 1, and so let's go through the other findings. And actually, I don't have a lot of comments on those. Finding number 2, I had proposed a couple of minor changes. The addition of the word visually at the bottom of packet page 28. So it says most visually impactful, because that's really what the focus of that sentence is. And then deleting the provision about below grade building area, because that's not under our code part of gross floor area, to basically make it consistent. And so with those 2 changes, I didn't have any more changes. I think it would be adequate and supported by substantial evidence. Going to finding number 3, if you look at the language of finding number 3, it's frankly, it's almost a mirror image of finding number 2 in the conditional use permit, where we deadlock 3.3. And so my suggestion there had been that I think, whereas we had some good detail in conditional use permit finding number 2, here we've kind of short-circuited it and basically made a reference to CUP finding above. But I really think the variance finding needs to stand on its own. So my request was that let's move variance finding condition CUP finding number 2 in its entirety, which I had intended to include the changes I had proposed, which again, I don't think those were controversial as much as the overall concept was, but move that whole thing and put it here for condition number 3. That had been my proposal. And then additionally, I think, again, the purpose of making findings is to give a clear record of the thought process behind the finding. And so part of that, I think we need to add here, in addition to copying everything from CUP condition 2, we need an analysis here explaining why below grade facilities are not included in GFA. And that explanation, frankly, can be drawn from the September 9th staff at place memo where it's addressed. Finally, in condition 4, I had proposed the deletion of an extra and then the reference of the clause with a lower FAR than the existing building being removed, buildings being removed. And with those two factual and or one's a typo change, I think that finding is adequate and supported by substantial evidence. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. I have a question for staff. So this section says it's just talking about gross floor area. Is that correct? Is that how we can, in other words, is that a different lens through which to look at finding number 3?
Well, the only variance that's requested is gross floor area. I might be not understanding what you're saying.
So this is replacement of gross floor area, and it's talking, Commissioner Heckman brought up that it's talking specifically about replacing buildings, and I'm just trying to understand if there is a substantial difference between the lens through which to look at the item number 3, if
different code sections, replacement of non-complying gross floor area that exists with replacement floor area is a different section of the code than the section that is floor area ratio.
Okay, and is it a different section than the underground parking facility?
I guess to the extent that, when considering CUP finding number 2, you or other commissioners may have had a concern not only with whether or not the FAR for the underground parking facility should count, but also its location underground and not under a building footprint. You wouldn't be considering location with this finding. It would just be.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to be consistent, as I have shared. That's important to me. So location in the variance finding for replacement of gross floor area, item number 3 is not considering location. Is that correct? Okay, thank you for clarifying. Commissioner Suma. Commissioner, you're muted.
So I guess we're not going one by one. We're talking about all of them. So I'll just go through the rest. And I did want to say that the underground parking structure also does not meet definition of basement in our code, and that has been demonstrated. So that's one thing, and it's basement that doesn't count in R1. So I back down to finding 2. I think this does grant a special privilege to this property that it will not be available to others, and that is that they get to develop to a much higher FAR. And I think that's a special privilege. And I think it also will create a headache potentially when other R1 property owners want the same privilege to develop their entire property at the higher FAR. So I think that is a special privilege. 3 I can't make for the same reason that I couldn't make in the other, because in the CUP findings, because I don't think it's consistent across the board with our zoning ordinance. And 4 is also one of the findings that's almost the same as CUP finding. And I find that enough people have made an argument that their general welfare and or convenience will be affected by this, that I can't really make that finding. And I do think, I'll just say this one last time, I do think we need a clarification of the total gross floor area that we're replacing. But I do believe that what is there, they should be able to replace, but there's a big question about what it is. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right. I do not see more hands raised. Oh, there you are. Commissioner Lowing, please.
Yeah, just just briefly, and not trying to repeat, but item 2 definitely seems like a special privilege to me, and I'm just concerned that in the bullet points we might not even have the correct square footage. So I'm just not sure the 110 is correct or the 113. Anyway, on 3, I think that this probably is another 3-3 vote if we're going to stay consistent on that. My problem here again is with the current zoning potential violations, not the comprehensive plan, which I think is fine. And the fourth one to me is still tied to the high risk we're taking with the current number of students allowed to be enrolled, which is the request from the school. And a lot of this kind of marketing copy below there, I don't find very helpful in explaining the reason for it. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Anyone else?
I'd like to second a motion.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think I shouldn't be the one to make it, since those edits I think would come better from someone else.
Oh, look, Commissioner Heckman's hand just went up. Please, you have the floor, sir.
All right, thank you. I will make a series of motions. I think it's going to be best here to do these serially, although I think I'm going to hold 3 to the end, because we might end up talking about that. Well, we could talk about any of these. In any event, I'm going to make a motion that that the PTC recommend to the City Council staff's recommended version of variance finding number 1 with 2 changes. First, adding the words "lot up to" before the 19,999 square foot figure in the 3rd bullet, and second, adding a 4th bullet that, I'm sorry, I gotta get my 4th bullet describing as one of the special circumstances that the property currently contains 116,000. I'd like the here it is, 116,297 square feet of existing legal countable GFA.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to speak briefly to the motion.
Okay.
Just in terms of the square footage issue, I heard pretty clearly from staff what I found to be a very sufficient explanation of the accuracy of that figure and the other figures that had been provided in the letter that we received earlier today, even though they were in city documents.
All right, anyone else?
I concur with his statements.
Okay. All right, Mr. Meehan, would you please conduct the vote?
Commissioner Olczak,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing.
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
It was a no.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council staff's recommended version of variance finding number 2 with the following changes. In the first paragraph after the 2 bullets, second line, adding the word visually after which is most, so it reads which is most visually impactful. And then later on in that paragraph, after outdated buildings, a comma, add the word and then continuing in that line after gross floor area, delete the language and provision of below grade building area.
I will second that.
Any discussion? Variance finding number 2. All right, Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the vote.
Commissioner Awcheck,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
No.
Commissioner Briggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupivar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Moving to variance finding number 4. I move that the PTC recommend to the City Council staff's recommended version of variance finding number 4 with the following 2 changes. At the end of the first line, delete the word and in the second line, after building, add a comma, and then with a lower FAR than the existing buildings being removed. And I'm pausing because I think I need clarification from staff and perhaps from Mr. Yang, if in the context of this variance, my motion should be referring to GFA rather than FAR.
I can say that it's both. It's lowering the GFA and the FAR.
So then that's what I would like my motion, with a lower FAR and GFA than the existing buildings being removed.
I will second that.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. No.
No, it's okay. I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on variance item number 4, finding number 4? All right, Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a vote.
Commissioner Awcheck,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing, Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupivar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Turning finally to variance condition number 3. I'm pausing here because well, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm going to overcomplicate it. I move that. Well, let me just put it out there. I move that we replace staff's recommended language for variance finding number 3 with the language provided for CUP finding number 2, including the 5 changes that I proposed, in the motion that deadlocked, plus in addition, for staff to provide a statement explaining why below grade facilities are not included in GFA based upon the explanation provided in the September 9th staff at place memo.
I'll second that.
Can you clarify if you are starting with language only? Or is it all together?
Well, I paused because that was my initial thought to do it that way, and I would actually like to.
I think you should, yeah.
So that we can, it'll be a little bit cleaner if this ends up being deadlocked. I don't know that it will be, but if it is, I think it's a cleaner submit to the council if these what I think are non-controversial language changes are part of that, and then they can see we deadlocked and why we did. So maybe I could get a little guidance from Mr. Yang on how to. I think the way we would do it is the way we did the first motion for conditions, which is this is a non-exclusive list of changes we're going to make to this condition, which we're not yet approving.
Yeah, I think that would be I think that would be fine. I think you could structure the motion to recommend the following changes to the language, but not include a recommendation on making the finding itself.
Okay.
Do you want, Commissioner Heckman, do you want to bake in those changes to cup finding number 2 as well?
I'm not understanding your question.
The changes that you're proposing for variance finding number 3 to be brought over from cup finding number 2 were never implemented in number 2.
Yes.
So if you want to do them, you could probably get a 2 for them.
If I can get a 2 for here with Mr. Yang's permission, I would enjoy that.
And to clarify, that would be for the CUP finding number 2 to add the language in, but again, to not have the approval of the body. Is that correct?
Right.
Nodding.
Not a recommendation on making the finding, but recommendations for changes to the language.
Yeah, changes to the text that will be presented to council. Is that your intention, Commissioner Heckman?
It is, as to the 5 changes that I had described in reference to CUP finding number 2. When we get to variance finding number 3, there's one additional recommendation I'm making that is not applicable to CUP finding number 2.
Okay,
that's understood. Albert, were you going to say something? Sorry. I think we're good.
Sorry, just checking in with the secondary. You cool? Are you cool with those changes, Vice Chair Rupivar? Yep. Yes. All right. Any additional commentary before we take the vote on language changes only to cup finding number 2 and variance finding number 3? Okay. Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a vote.
Hey, I'm sorry, I was trying to raise my hand.
I didn't see it. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
So I just want to say that I feel like what we're saying is we're asking City Council to move forward with this item in the absence of a recommendation. So, or are you saying, are you making this finding in addition to incorporating language from the previous part?
We're voting, my intention is we're voting on language changes here. And once we have this vote, I'm going to make another motion to recommend finding 3, and that's where I think we're going to have some discussion.
Oh, perfect. Okay, fine. Thank you. I wasn't sure if this was the last motion. No, I understand that now.
Okay.
I'm prepared to vote.
Line edits. Okay. So Commissioner Sumar.
Are we voting on Commissioner Heckman's changes to the CUP finding also now? Because I thought that staff clarified that those were clerical changes they would make anyway, that we didn't need to vote on it.
They did, but I mean, it's the same text in both cases. If we're voting on it, we may as well vote on both.
Okay, but aren't we including language about the, about basements, how basements are handled for this one? For the finding for the variance, but that would not be appropriate in the finding for the CUP.
Right. It's not part of that motion. I mean, it's part of the motion that that language only goes in variance finding 3, not in CUP finding 2.
Okay, thank you.
But this first vote, you're just changing language?
Yes, it's just his line edits. Okay. Mr. Nguyen, please conduct the vote.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Olczak,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
I'm going to vote no on this.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-1-1.
All right, thank you. And back to Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I will move that the PTC recommend to the City Council the version of variance finding 3 with the language changes approved by a majority of the PTC in the just finished motion.
I'll second.
All right. And just to go back over some territory we previously covered, this is FAR. Oh no, this is a comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance regardless of location, because this is in the variance findings section. Is that your understanding, Commissioner Heckman and Mr. Young?
Correct.
Okay.
Did you say, Ms. Templeton, did you say zoning and comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I'll speak to this. I want to be very consistent with cup finding number 2. My concerns there are about the underground parking facility in this zoning location, and not about how to calculate FR in an underground parking facility should it be approved. So I think I'll be supporting this. I'm interested to hear other comments on it before the vote, however, if you have them. Commissioner Suma, is this your hand up from last time, or do you wish to speak again? Okay. Commissioner Lowing.
I did want to speak.
Oh, then
No,
Commissioner
sorry.
Suma. You were so quick with the hand, I didn't
I know.
understand.
I'm sorry. I did want to speak to my no motion on the last one, and that was not because of not appreciating Commissioner Heckman's changes to the CUP finding, but rather the addition of the, I didn't feel that what he wanted to add to number 3 would help us understand, would help anyone understand really the issues with the floor area below ground. So, but they were linked together, so.
Thank you for clarifying that no vote, Commissioner Suma. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I'm essentially in agreement with Commissioners Templeton and Suma. I don't think that there's any substantive change here from where we were on the CUP number 2. So I would be consistent with my own vote.
would you be willing, just for my own understanding, to clarify your objections on CUP finding number 2 were including FAR? Is that correct?
It's,
or could you speak more to it? Just I want to understand your position a little better.
On item 2, that was hours ago, right? No, but it was the.
You're so right.
It was FAR and the placement of that underground garage that we've been having a tussle about for the last 3 meetings.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments. Okay. Anyone else want to speak to this before we take a final vote? All right, Mr. Nguyen.
Looks like Commissioner Olczak wanted to say something.
Oh, got his hand up. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think I applaud this effort to sort of create a distinction here and create a bigger umbrella. I think that is, that's what we're supposed to be doing. You know, this is about compromise and about sort of working together to create a project. Sometimes, you know, we don't always get our motion exactly how we want it, but the goal here is to sort of improve upon these things. And so anyways, I just want to say I liked how you did that. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nguyen.
Commissioner Olczak?
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing?
Nope.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar?
Yes.
Commissioner Suma?
No.
Chair Templeton?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much. Would the those who voted no like to speak to their dissent? Commissioner Lowing, I don't know if that's a legacy hand.
No, it was going to be a next hand, but I'll take it for this one too. I don't think I need to elaborate. I think that those 2 motions are consistent, and that's why I voted as such.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Olczak, do you have your hand up?
I don't. I mean, I do, but not intentionally. Sorry.
I was going to say there might be a lag. I don't know. Like I said, I'm having internet issues. Well, I think maybe we can get some confirmation from staff, but I think we have completed this item. I'm not going to close it just yet, but okay. I see some nods. I just want to I want to say thank you to all the commissioners and the speakers and the presenters and the applicant and staff. This has been a gargantuan effort that has spanned many, many months and years if we talk about going back to the very beginning. It's been very important to have dialogue about this. It's an issue that's very important to our community, about an institution that's important to our community and historical as well. And we want to do our best to do a thorough, complete, and appropriate analysis of everything that's been presented. I think we've accomplished that. Now, like some of the commissioners said, we haven't agreed on everything, but I think we have brought to light the areas of disagreement so that council can benefit from the analysis that we've done. So I just want to really thank everybody for this and for staying late so many nights to work on this. It's very satisfying to be able to move this forward, although with all of our feedback incorporated. So thank you very much. Commissioner Lowing.
Appropriately, as the chair, you made the comments that I was thinking about making, so I'm glad you did. But I just wanted to use the word in appreciation here for the debate on the part of colleagues with respect. And we're pretty much disagreed on much of this stuff, but we know that we're trying to get something done correctly for the community. And I think all of our hearts were in the right place in trying to get there. And we'll see. We'll see if that's true. But I really think that the level of respect, given how disparate we are, is something that I just wanted to take note of. And of course, have to thank the public for their many months of patience with this. I think we moved as quickly as we could, but it was a long process. So there's plenty of thanks to go around, and hopefully this thing works out. So thanks.
Second all of those comments. Thank you so much. All right, so let's close out that item and move on. I believe the next agenda item is approval of the minutes. Did anyone have any comments, changes, additions to the minutes? Commissioner Heckman.
I think we're, the minutes we're approving are the October 28th. Is that right?
Hold on, let me just double check on the agenda here. Yes.
Yes.
So I believe I had submitted some revisions, and I would move approval of the October 28th draft minutes as revised.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Neum, would you please conduct the vote?
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs is absent. Vice Chair Rupavar,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 6-0-1.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Committee items, if they're important and urgent and timely, please feel free to bring them up at this point. We won't be meeting again until December. So please raise your hand or just speak up if you have a committee item you'd like to share. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. All right. Do we want to talk about future agenda items, Ms. Tanner?
I can just quickly say the next meeting will again be on December 9th, and we'll be talking about the NVCAP, Movement to Work Coordinator Area Plan, as well as a proposal for a text amendment also within the boundaries of the area plan for the building which formerly housed Fry's Electronics. And that'll be our last meeting of 2020.
Looking forward to it. Thank you again, everyone.
Just
oh,
one
there's
note.
more? Yes, please.
Yeah, sorry, just one note on that. Rachel, sorry, we haven't connected on this yet. I believe the text amendment is actually going to be in the first quarter of next year. We have a little bit more work to do on that one. So sorry, that's news to Rachel as well. But don't anticipate that in December.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, well, thank you everyone. And I guess happy Thanksgiving. Do stay safe and follow all of our purple COVID guidelines that Ms. Tanner brought up earlier in the meeting. And we'll see you on the other side of the holiday. Thank you. Bye, everyone.